Invocation.
Heavenly Father, every place we look around ISM Speedway, we see things that are new, things that are better, things that are improved. We thank you for that. But then we thank you for those things that we hope never change, like those who protect us and serve, our families, our loved ones, and we thank you for a great race day. So we pray that we will enjoy a good old-fashioned pedal-to-the-metal NASCAR race today. These things we pray and we're thankful for, and everyone said, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Lisa Semino.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Justin Allgaier's leading the field to green here at Phoenix, but Brad Keselowski and Kyle Busch, they might have something to say about him staying there. Xfinity Series racing from Phoenix coming up next here on Fox. Welcome to NASCAR's Xfinity Series Racing from Phoenix, the fourth race of the season. It is time now to meet today's guest driver analyst. 24-year-old Ryan Blaney, not only a talent on the racetrack, really a jack of all trades, started very young working on karaoke skills or maybe a broadcasting career. His dad, Dave, was a 17-year veteran of the Cup Series and a master of disguise, Ryan Blaney, with his friend Bubba. Last season, not only did Ryan land the Victory Lane interview on our drivers only broadcast at Pocono, then he won his very first Cup race the next day. Today, he's a rookie, Larry. He's up in the boot with the guys for the very first time. So Ryan, welcome to our Fox Sports Xfinity Series Racing broadcast family.
Well, I sure appreciate you having me. It's just an honor to be here with Adam and Michael.
And Larry, you'll be happy to know he did put the hat away, and he's going to put on the headset in just a moment. I was wondering, Ryan, if you did your homework for today's race, and then I got to thinking, you were competing with these guys last week at Las Vegas. You've been so good here at Phoenix, and you were just out there in final practice. So with that, what should we expect this afternoon?
A lot of differences from yesterday. You know, it's really overcast today. It's really cool. The track's got a lot of grip. And what we learned in final practice is, you know, you really want your car turning well off the corner. And turns 1 and 2 gets really tight. So these Xfinity cars, they shift a lot. They'll go from 4th gear to 3rd gear down in turns 1 and 2 just to try to get that drive off the corner. So I'm looking for those people to shift a lot today, especially the 2 cars coming from the back, the 9 and the 1.
I'm glad to hear that, Ryan, because I wondered how I was going to get from the back if I'm Elliott Sadler or Tyler Reddick. There are points leaders. There were a couple of favorites coming into this weekend. They're going to start out back, and they will be using that passing gear, throwing it up to 3rd on the exit, and when they come off, more power should get them by some guys.
Hey, if you look at 4 of the 6 starters here up front, they have won at Phoenix. And then you go to the other 2, Bell and Custer, yet to get a win here. Could we see a first-timer today?
I think you could. You know, Bell's been super, super strong here as of late, and he would definitely be one to watch for.
I'm watching Custer. I think he's got the car to beat the Cup regulars today.
And when you look at Cole Custer, his history says, I'm good on the 1.5 miles. Turns out he's a little short track racer as well, and he may put that on full display this afternoon. Let's go trackside and get the command.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome your Grand Marshal, President and CEO of DC Solar, Jeff Karpoff.
Drivers, start your engines!
The engines have fired. It's officially race day of the desert. We're going green in Phoenix when we return on Fox. there's one word that comes to mind for me when you come to Phoenix, anxiety.
This race is fast and it's unpredictable.
It's hot, slick. We are in for a real treat today.
This track right here is the toughest we have.
The sense of urgency is up.
Let's get focused and get ready to rock and roll here.
200 laps in the desert.
Green flag, green flag.
Underway at Phoenix. Cloudy, cool afternoon. We're live at ISM Raceway. Today it's round 4 for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Defending race winner Justin Allgaier start from the pole today. Let's go from the driver's seat, Ryan.
Hey, Justin Allgaier. Ryan Blaney up in the booth. You got me?
Yeah, Ryan, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, so you won this race here last year. You actually ended up beating me for the win, which I'm still jealous for. I was wondering, you got the car today to try to get it done again?
Well, last year was a lot of fun. It was great racing with you, and we just came out on the lucky end of some late race green right checkers, but really proud of everybody at Junior Motorsports. These guys have done a fantastic job, and we got a great brand professional agriculture Camaro for today's race. I'm really looking forward to it. Qualifying for me was kind of the unknown, I guess, if you will. Typically in the past year, I've not qualified great, but we've raced really well, and I feel like we got equally as good of a race car as I've ever had here. I'm looking forward to trying to get this Camaro to victory lane again in the spring race.
Well, that sounds like bad news to the competition. Appreciate you talking to me. Good luck today.
Absolutely, buddy, and have fun up there in the booth. You always do a good job, so enjoy it today.
I appreciate it.
He's off to a good start, Ryan is, huh?
Yeah, he's impressing the pole sitter.
Time for Regan's Wrap. Good afternoon to Regan Smith. What do you have for us, Regan?
Good afternoon, Adam. One of the biggest challenges that drivers face at ISM Raceway is the dogleg. They sometimes get 4, 5, 6, even 7 wide going into turn 3. The problem, they have to find a way to get those 7 cars funneled down into one. It doesn't usually work out and ends up looking like this. One driver who learned that the hard way in 2011 was Elliott Sadler. While racing for a championship, he got crashed going through the dogleg on the bottom, coming up in front of cars. Look for him to have to be patient and aggressive today as he comes from the back and tries to gain positions. Jamie?
Well, Regan, another Xfinity Series regular to watch today is Daniel Hemrick. In his 2 previous starts here at Phoenix, both last year he finished 7th and 5th, and now this year, talking to his crew chief, he said the setup is the same, the tire is the same, the rules are the same. We are confident. Daniel has more experience under his belt. They really feel like today could be their day. He's rolling off 8th. Adam?
And I go back to that intense battle he had here in November, trying to hold off Cole Custer and make his way to Miami, run for the championship. He was able to accomplish it the last time we paid a visit to ISM Raceway. Here are the numbers for today's race as we go on board with Ryan Truex.
This is a thrill ride for me, Ryan. These guys with the visor cam, watching him work that wheel, it really shows you a good shot of what it's like inside the car.
It really does. The visor cam is an amazing tool that we've implemented here, and just shows you firsthand of what these drivers go through. We'll see.
It's a sprint, 200 laps here at ISM Raceway. Put the green flag in the air and turn them loose.
We'll get our first shot here of them going through the dog leg. We'll see if anybody fans out. Makes it 3 wide. Looks like everyone's pretty calm so far.
And how do you balance that, Ryan? We're going to talk a lot about guys diving off the track, but that can upset the front end of your car, making your splitter lose some of its clearance.
Yeah, it's a crazy rough transition onto that. You can even see it on TV, but in the car, it's really rough because these cars are so low to the ground. You're always just hitting the racetrack and splitter, and you almost don't want to do it because you're afraid of damaging your car. But if the opportunity is there, you have to take it.
This is awesome. Watch Truex work the wheel. We saw this car all throughout practice being really loose when he picks up the gas right here, having to turn back to the right.
And that gets worse with dirty air. When there's 2 cars side by side right in front of him, that's almost gets worse. So he got a little loose right there.
Battle for second here. That's Christopher Bell in the 20. The 22 is Brad Keselowski. Double Deuce able to get around him. And one name noticeably absent at the front of the field, Cole Custer. Great qualifying run. Made some changes to the 00 at the start of the race. He joined Elliott Sadler and Tyler Reddick at the back. He too's got to work his way to the front. Not easy. At Phoenix, you see the 00 making moves there.
They're going to be busy with traffic back there. You can see Kyle Busch making his way around Christopher Bell. A lot of people in the garage area talked about 2 cars 22 and 18. Oh my, what a surprise that is, right?
Yeah, you know, I think those two cars have been really, really great here over the past few years. I got the privilege to drive that 22 car both races here last year, and it's a shame we didn't win the race, but those will be two to watch as we watch a great battle here between Ryan Truex and Matt Tifft.
This is for 7th on track. Thank you to Ryan Truex for doing our visor cam. This adds such a great perspective.
Blaney, yesterday I was watching practice and he kept cranking that wheel to the right on exit, and I was thinking, wow, that looks really loose. And so I got to climb Rattlesnake Hill with him last night. I said, you are loose, right? And he said, oh yeah, I needed to be a little bit better on exit of the corner. We'll see throughout the day whether they made that progress or not.
I know you were out of breath going up Rattlesnake Hill. Was he? He's in pretty good shape, right?
He's tight. He was ready. He and Shannon ran up that darn hill.
Loose in the race car, but tight when it comes to being in good shape. So I just mentioned it. Cole Custer had to start in the back. What's the story there, Regan?
Yeah, Adam, when they were sitting on the grid, they realized that the left side jack bolt on that race car, or jack post, where they jack it up for pit stops, it had gotten broken off when he cut through the dog leg in qualifying earlier today. So they had to fix that. Unapproved adjustment. NASCAR sent him to the rear.
Updating the progress for those drivers that went to the back. Elliott Sadler, Cole Custer, and Tyler Reddick, they're all running outside the top 25, have not made up a huge amount of ground in the first 6 laps. On board with Truex here to the inside of him, the 19 of Brandon Jones, another of our young drivers off to a really good start in 2018.
Yeah, and Brandon Jones is with the new team. He joined Joe Gibbs Racing there in the offseason, and he's been having some really good runs as of late, and it seems like that team's fitting him very well.
You know what's great, Ryan, is Matt Tifft. He switched rides too, and it's complemented his driving style. Both those youngsters are taking advantage of new surroundings for them in the 2018 season.
How does driver 19 feel early, Jamie?
Well, Adam, talking about Brandon Jones last week, he showed us what he's capable of. He didn't care he was battling with Kyle Busch. He even got into Kyle just a little bit. They had words. Well, he told me they picked up the phone. They talked on the phone. Kyle thought he raced him a little hard, but he said, hey, I'm not going to pull over. I'm in a car that's capable of winning. I'm going to go for it. And that's how he feels this weekend. Surprised by how well he qualified. Had a huge smile on his face. Really feels like his chances are good for today.
Confidence is up for Brandon Jones. Confidence up for Brad Keselowski. Here he is working over Justin Allgaier for the race lead. 7 started on the poles, led the first 9 laps today, but it may not stay that way for long.
Yeah, I talked to that 22 team last night, and their car was really good on long runs. They were really happy with that Fitzgerald Ford. So it looks like he's just kind of taking his time and stalking Justin, and he's coming off so much lower off of turn 2, and that's going to be a huge gain later in the race. You can see him just get the nose up there, and it looks like he's going to be able to get beside him off 4.
Is that the key to passing cars here, Ryan? Being able to poke that nose out below the guy you're racing, down maybe even under that yellow line?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can just get, just a few inches of air to your nose, and you see Brad go all the way on the apron here to try to clear Justin, you just need that little bit of turn and support. And, 3 and 4, it's easier to get that because you can bail to the apron and you can try to get some grip down there, but 1 and 2 is pretty tight, so it's hard to do that there, and that really just showed the strength of Brad's car.
Brad got under him, but Allgaier said, I'm not going to make it easy. Eventually, the 22 does take the top spot. Allgaier to 2nd, Kyle Busch is 3rd, Bell and McMurray, the top 5, were underway at Phoenix. ISM Raceway hosting the NASCAR Xfinity Series for the 33rd time this afternoon. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Closing on the halfway point of our opening stage, Brad Keselowski took over the race lead 11 laps in. Justin Allgaier, the pole sitter, is second. Then it's Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, Jamie McMurray, the top 5. And when you come here, and we've said it a couple of times already, you got to be prepared to shift so you got the pull off the corner.
I tend to shift probably more than I don't shift, only because it's natural to me and it just feels like I'm going faster.
We're just not prepared to shift just for our program and what we do. So it's straight up high gear for us once we get through the restarts.
It really depends on how good your race car is. If you're struggling with your balance, you'll find you're shifting more, but a good race car, you can really roll the center fast.
Ryan, you were telling us during the break, maybe not as much shifting today because of the cooler temperatures and more grip, huh?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think that with it being really, the track has a lot more grip than, let's say, when we were here the last fall. So you're rolling faster through turns 1 and 2. So, you know, your RPMs are higher. So that jump into third gear is a little bit too high to do it right now. But I really only did it in traffic. But I think some guys are talking about maybe possibly doing it here soon.
Shifting definitely on the mind of these drivers.
Let me know if you start hearing that 21 shifting down there. 10-4. So far to 00 did it for maybe 1 lap. That's it. Going up. 10-4. Pace is still too fast right now. Just let me know if you hear them. 9 shifted this lap. 7 just started shifting this lap.
Starting to trend that direction. And the reason why Matt Tifft was concerned about the 21 car of Hemrick, that's his teammate. So they're probably set up alike, and he's able to judge what he needs to do based on what Daniel Hemrick's doing. And Daniel's just 1 spot ahead of Tifft. What a great early run for Matt.
Yeah, you know, I think another reason why, you know, Matt was asking that from his teammate too is all these different organizations and teams, you know, RCR, Penske, Gibbs, Junior Motorsports, they all run different gear ratios. You know, the change in gear from 3rd to 4th is a little bit different. That might allow teams to do it more. You know, we heard Justin Allgaier say he shifts almost every single lap. And, you know, the 22 car when I'd run it, I'd rarely shift. And I think most of that is just ratios and kind of how your car's running, like they were talking about.
Larry, what can you add from the crew chief perspective?
Well, Ryan just touched on it about ratios. I think for the most part, everyone has a 430 rear end gear. That's when you're in 4th gear, when you're in high gear. And that's kind of the RPM band of the engine. But when you do go to 3rd gear, the highest 3rd gear that NASCAR allows is a 128. So that makes you a 550 rear end gear. That's 120 points lower gear, and that's the reason you can't do it every lap or until the pace slows down, or maybe on a restart or trying to pass someone, just because how much lower it makes the gear at the rear wheels.
And Larry, when we come here and we talk about shifting, the one driver that always comes up in that conversation is Justin Allgaier, pole sitter running 2nd right now, Jamie.
And Adam, he told us yesterday that he will not shift during practice, but once we get into the race, he will shift every lap. We've already heard the drivers talking about the 7 car and how he's shifting. He also noted to me that he knows it doesn't help his performance in any way. It's pure mental. There's some kind of comfort that comes in being able to shift every lap. So as far as Justin right now, he's saying a little tight center. He's not as free as the 22.
Yeah, I think, you know, with him saying he's tight in the middle, shifting down to 3rd gear, you know, makes your RPMs jump up, which kind of is big engine braking as we got a smoker into turn 3.
Oh, got to blow up entering turn 3.
That's the 52 of David Starr. Caution is out for the first time this afternoon, just past this midway point, stage number 1.
Those burgers are well done, I think.
Flame Royal, right?
Ah, yeah, a little flame, smoke. Makes me hungry.
I'm curious on strategy here. These teams have 3 sets of tires in the pits for the race. And if it goes green, it's just kind of a no-brainer. If you're running good, you're going to pit at the end of stage 1, pit at the end of stage 2, and you have a set left to manage for that final 100 laps or so of the race. Now the caution comes out. Do you pit here, get tires, stay out through the end of stage 1 to the end of stage 2? Man, there's a lot of questions maybe to be answered here.
Well, there's a lot of calculators and brain power going on down on pit road, too, trying to figure out those scenarios, Adam. Hey, you know, Ryan, we talked about how you could damage the front of your car by running off the road on the back. Watch Cindric. Bam! Look at the sparks from the splitter on the nose. It does it even again a second time there. And that's the risk reward. You risk damaging your car, but the reward was he made a pass up to 11th with that move. How do you balance that?
Yeah, I think it's just taking advantage of the opportunities you're given. You know, you saw the splitter hit really hard and the nose flexes, and sometimes it even gets those side skirts, especially the right side. But, you know, if you're trying to clear a car, you have to do that. And it's just in the moment thinking, and he thought he had to go down there, and he ended up clearing the 16 who he was racing with for a while.
So. That was crazy, wasn't it?
To pit or not to pit? What strategy do you play under caution for the first time? Let's listen to the leaders camp here.
Either way on the pit call, no changes if we pit. Some guys may pit and then stay out at the break. I feel like we just play this straight up, run it out, so I'm thinking we stay out here.
Yeah, you know, I'm with Brian Wilson in that 22 team. You know, their car is super good. You only got 27 laps on your tires right now, so I think they stay out. I think you'll see some of the people maybe halfway on back try to pit, maybe take 2 tires just to try to get some ground before the stage is over.
And this is why everyone loves stage racing, because the 22 is the fastest car. Brad Keselowski proved that yesterday, and he drove to the front. He's leading the race. They can play this straightforward. Wait till the end of the stage and pit. But if you're some of those other guys looking for track position or looking for a way to race to the front, maybe you pit here and stay out later. The strategy could be all over the board, Larry McReynolds, when they get back to pit road.
Yeah, there's no question I think it's going to be all over the board. I think you're going to see some of the guys near the back pit right here, and that way they can stay out at the stage end. But I had some crew chiefs tell me this morning, if their car's good, knowing the importance of track position, that you can run all the way to the end of stage 2 at lap 90 without stopping for fuel. So I think you're going to see all types of strategy right here. I think the leaders, though, truly stay out.
Larry, under this, our first caution, B.J. McLeod gets the free pass. He scored 26th. Good start for RCR. All their cars in the top 10. Here's Matt Tifft.
There's a couple of ways this could play out here, pal. We could stay out, try to get some track position to get the points here. We could pit and hope a lot of them pit behind us. I'm thinking our best bet is to stay out right now. 10-4. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there.
I think that's because he likes that car too, Adam. He knows he's got a fast enough car to grab some stage points and hang right in with the leaders.
How good is this caution for those 3 drivers that started at the back to bunch up the field? Cole Custer, who has worked his way to 18th, Elliott Sadler, who is now 19th, Tyler Reddick 23rd. This helped them out a little bit, reset, get a restart, and a chance to gain some more ground before we end the stage?
Yeah, that's nice. You know, it just bunches everybody back up, and it'll be interesting to see what those 3 cars end up doing here on this pit stop. You know, they might do the strategy that Larry was talking about of pitting here, and then they get to the stage break and they just stay out, and so they can try to cycle to the front. Let's see how their car handles in the front. It's kind of hard for them to get a gauge of how their car is handling right now because they've been stuck in traffic the whole time.
It looks like Custer's car and Sadler's are better than Reddick. He struggled a bit lap time wise, so could be differing strategy even for those 3, Adam.
Pit road is open. Top 10 all stay out. We are going to have a couple of takers, but as we said, at least the top 10 staying on track. We're 30 laps in, stage 1 at ISM Raceway. Getting ready for our first restart of the day. ISM Raceway, NASCAR Xfinity Series, front row. Brad Keselowski, Justin Allgaier. BK taking the outside lane for this restart.
What Allgaier did on the initial start. See if Brad can make it work for him.
See Brad get a little bit loose up there getting in the corner. It's going to look like Justin's going to clear him pretty easy.
Now, hey, this could be big because we got just over 10 laps to go here in this first stage. Stage win, playoff point, 10 regular season points, all that could be really, really big for the 7 of Justin Allgaier.
Yeah, it'll be neat to see if Brad can run him down here and pass him. You know, Justin started to struggle on the long runs, and I'm sure he's shifting here, especially on the restart, to try to get a little bit of ground between he and Brad. But I think it's going to be a good battle. And you can't forget Bell back there in third. He's lurking.
And he's doing what you talked about earlier, Ryan. He's just getting that nose down below Allgaier, and Justin can't do anything about it. Looks like Brad's going to take advantage, but a strong run off the corner by the 7 car.
Brad down to the inside.
Jay knowing that move. Oh, Brad.
This is tight. 22, little save.
That was a heck of a save by Brad. You know, I was just about to say that's such a hard spot to be in.
We were 3 wide, and Kyle Busch going to go from 4th and try and get the top spot into 3 and 4. This is really, really good racing to wrap up the first stage.
What about our Xfinity guys? They're wanting that playoff point by winning this stage, aren't they? They are all over the front of this field.
Bell is there. Hemrick is there.
I'm not sure if they made contact or not. I thought I saw a little bit of smoke out of Justin's car. I'm not sure if Brad side skirted. The Goodyear is rubbed off a little bit. We'll look at it here.
You talked about it. Just so hard to hold that bottom line when you're side by side. And Brad had his nose out in front a bit.
Oh yeah, I'm nervous.
Good contact.
I'm nervous
there
for the left rear of that 7 car. It got the Goodyear wiped off of it, and when they get hit with the tailpipe like that in the tire, that's usually not good. But I don't see any smoke, so maybe it's okay.
Well, the good news is we know the caution is coming out in just a few laps. If he had a long run to go, they may manage this differently. Right now, though, in a pretty good position. There'll be 7 laps remaining when he comes across the start-finish line. By the way, when the caution came out, headline drivers to pit, it was Ryan Reed from 12th, Elliott Sadler, and Tyler Reddick. So they've already gotten their tires and likely will stay out at the end of stage 1. The 00 of Cole Custer stayed on track. He's worked his way from the rear to 13th in this first stage. Really good job early for him.
Yeah, he's looking to grab 3 more spots and get a point here in this stage. There's the 00 car. I think yesterday in practice he was the 2nd best car on the track to Brad Keselowski, but we saw Keselowski trying to make a move for the lead. Allgaier was not to be denied. Adam, earlier in the race you said Allgaier raced Keselowski hard for the lead. He did it there, and it could pay off by earning him a playoff point.
I rewind to Atlanta a couple of weeks ago. Kevin Harvick racing with John Hunter Nemechek, Cup superstar, series regular. You guys cut the youngsters no slack, and we see it again today. Brad Keselowski going hard at it behind the wheel.
Yeah, you know, he's really trying to get that lead. But you know, we see Brad's right rear side skirt here, and I think some of that is from going on the apron, but some of it is from it catching Allgaier's tire and flicking it up. So hopefully, you know, they'll probably have to beat that in here under the stage brake. I don't think NASCAR will let that go because that's really dangerous to cut a tire. But we'll see.
Here's what they're saying on the radio. Keselowski 4th.
We hurt ourselves making sure we didn't wreck Justin, you know. Didn't help that he was hanging on our quarter panel on the entry when we were way faster, but that's all good. That's racing.
It is all good, especially for us up here watching in the booth, getting to see how bad and how hard these guys will race. That's a valuable playoff point for Justin Allgaier. He wasn't just going to give it up.
Yeah, it's stage racing. You know, you get a caution with 13 to go on the stage. It's really, really big to try to get that stage win.
Look at this battle. Christopher Bell wants some points as well. Drove by his teammate. And there's Cole Custer continuing his climb toward the top 10. Inside Spencer Gallagher for 11th with just 3 laps to go.
And he's got his eyes on that 11 car of Ryan Truex just ahead, trying to get a point, racing hard here, 42 laps in. That's fun to say, isn't it?
You know, we haven't said much about the 42, Jamie McMurray. He's starting to enter the picture. First start he's made in 5 years in the Xfinity Series. Won here a number of years to go. And this team got a victory last week with Kyle Larson behind the wheel at Las Vegas. They've had a lot of speed at Chip Ganassi Racing.
Yeah, that 42 team is very strong as of late here, but you see Brad fighting back here, taking third away from Kyle Busch. He's trying to make up as much ground as he can here before pit stops in the lap.
Across the line, Justin Allgaier, 1 lap to go, trying to record his first stage win of 2018. Made it to the Championship 4 a season ago after winning 3 stages throughout the year.
There's the battle for the last point in this stage. Custer trying to hunt down Truex. He's hunted him down. He's trying to do away with him.
I don't think he's going to get there. Truex is going to hang on. That's my prediction.
I think he goes to the apron and makes it happen.
As they battle for 10th, green and white checkered flag is out. Justin Allgaier, winner, stage 1 here at ISM Raceway.
He went to the apron and didn't make it happen, Adam.
Gave it his best shot.
Top 2 are series regulars. Bell was 2nd. Brad Keselowski, who led 23 laps, was 3rd. Kyle Busch 4th. Daniel rounds out the top 5. Picking up where he left off. Justin Allgaier showing the way in the desert. Second week in a row, an Xfinity Series regular has won a stage. Last week it was Christopher Bell. He was 2nd in stage 1 today to Justin Allgaier, who gets his first stage victory of 2018. More live from Phoenix on Fox after a break. Glad you're here. Series Racing is sponsored by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. And by the Ford Hall of Fans. Are you the world's greatest NASCAR fan? Here's your chance to prove it. Go to NASCAR.com/Ford. Back live once again at ISM Raceway. We are 20 miles west of Phoenix, Arizona in Avondale. And they call this region of the country the Valley of the Sun. We've had cloud cover all day, and now rain showers have halted our event. 47 laps in, we have finished up stage number 1 that went to Justin Allgaier. And let's hear from that stage 1 winner. Jamie?
Well, the drivers just jumped out. So you go from winning the stage, you're all amped up, and now we wait. But I just saw you taking a look at your tire. First off, there's no Goodyear left on the side, but it's beyond that.
Yeah, it's beyond that. There's actually a pretty big gouge in the side of the tire there, right at where the tread meets the sidewall. So I'm glad that the caution of the stage came out there at the end. I'm not sure how much longer that would have made it, but really proud of everybody at Junior Motorsports. We have a really fast brand professional agriculture Chevy. Looking forward to the rest of the race here. We need to work on it a little bit. The rain probably helped us at the end there. I knew that the 22 was pretty loose, which obviously is how we ended up getting together ultimately. But I could see that they were loose. We were on the opposite side. We were a little bit too tight. So we'll keep working on it and hopefully get this Camaro tuned up and be there at the end of the race, not just at the end of the first stage.
I know it's a fine line trying to fix that center without hurting the exit even more. So on this first stop, what do you want to do to adjust?
Well, Jason and I obviously have a little bit of time now. We can discuss that. That's the hard part, as you mentioned, is finding that balance of, making the center of the corner turn and not just being too free off the corner. Obviously, the rain changed a lot, so the balance was different after the rain started versus before that. So we gotta really go to the drawing board. If it's going to dry up, we're going to need to know what to do to make our Camaro as fast as we possibly can. But, hey, that's the name of the game, right?
So far, so good for Justin Allgaier. Regan.
Well, we're on the 22 pit box, relaxing a little bit for a minute here with Brad Keselowski. A nice break in the middle of the race for you guys. Don't want you to work too hard. Watching what happened in turn 1 there, was that more a product of the air for you, or was the track a little bit slick when you got sideways down there?
I don't know, probably a little bit of both. I knew it was raining a little bit, but I didn't know it was raining this hard until I got to pit road. So I just got underneath there and got in the corner, and the back kept coming and coming, and I hate that I got into Justin there, but I felt like we got a really good Fitzgerald Gliders car here. Actually, it's a really good angle. I hate that part happened, but we'll hopefully be able to recover and drive back up to the front. Car's really fast.
I saw you get out of your race car and look at the damage. I had a little look at it myself. What's your diagnosis for it, and is it something you need to fix or something you're just going to let go?
It didn't look that bad to me, but you got to ask this guy if he wants to fix it. I'm just going to drive it.
Brian, first pit stop here, crew chief Ryan Wilson on the box with us. What do you think? Do you want to fix that, or are you going to not opt to lose the time on pit road?
We're going to try to work on it a little bit. I don't think it's exactly what we want, but we definitely don't want to lose any time on pit road.
Great. Guys, they'll have to do a little bit of work on that possibly if they get a chance today, but otherwise they'll go out and keep racing.
You got to love Brad Keselowski. He never takes a break from being a TV analyst. He was with us in the booth last weekend at Las Vegas on NASCAR Race Hub this past week, and now he's analyzing his own situation in race. What do you think? How concerned should they be about the damage?
It's not damage that will really hurt them too much. We always want that right rear side skirt sealed off, to the racetrack. That's what makes the most side force in our cars, and you can see it's kind of flipped up. So I think they might just kick it in a little bit. The Jackman will probably do that, and it's going to be a lot harder now with only 5 guys over the wall. So we'll end up seeing, but you can actually see the engineer looking at a picture of that car, and you couldn't see the right side, but we have, Ford, they take pictures all the way throughout the race. So they were trying to analyze it and try to get a game plan for if they want to fix it or not.
And Ryan, what's the driver's mindset right now? We've run a stage. It was a great battle. Justin Allgaier won that. If you're Brad Keselowski, you got a car you can go up there and challenge for the win with. How do you reset mentally when you take a break like this?
Yeah, it's kind of a good and a bad thing. You get time to talk to your crew chief and team face to face, try to figure out what you want in your car, what you want in your car, and what you need. The rain might wash a little bit of rubber away. It didn't rain very hard, so that's probably not that bad. But I don't think it's a bad thing. Obviously, it's a bad thing because we're not racing. But you get to talk to your crew chief and just try to analyze and figure out what you need to do here for these final 2 stages.
That's where I was going to go, track conditions overall, because they practiced yesterday in sunshine. It was hot and slick. Today we get rain. They've had to manage a lot of conditions here in a 24-hour period.
Certainly, but I think you see a good balanced car really come to the forefront when you have that type of change in weather. Brad was really balanced yesterday in the heat, and if he's that way in the heat, when it cools down a little bit, he's just going to stick better on both ends and go faster. So Justin Allgaier and the rest of the field are going to have their hands full with Brad Keselowski, but I'm really looking forward to seeing Cole Custer get his track position back and get up front, because yesterday it was one car I thought that was as fast as Brad. So it'll be fun to see if that kid can get it done.
Good stage one. From the back to 11th, solid start for the kid out of California. Let's go back downstairs and hear from Jamie.
And Daniel Hemrick 5th. He's gained 3 positions there in that first stage. You've been talking about this car. You're pretty happy with it. But the guys in the booth were just talking about the way the track has changed. How much did it change from lap 1 to the end of the stage?
Yeah, it went through a pretty big change there. I think with a little bit of raindrops that were kind of happening throughout the entire run, the racetrack would kind of cool down, and then it would get slimy, and my car balance really kind of went away. I got really loose in there the last couple laps. So I appreciate Jamie giving me a little bit of courtesy there racing the stage points. And really just think we need one adjustment on the South Point Hotel Casino Chevrolet to get us where we need to be. But right now my main focus is keeping you out of the rain.
I appreciate that. What a gentleman. And I saw you hydrating yourself. Tell us a little bit what you do on pit stops. Obviously, you had a little extra time here.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I try to just kind of stay up on Pedialyte and an Avocare product I mix in here throughout the week. And then my first pit stop, I get a Rehydrate Drill. It's also an Avocare product that always makes me feel like new money, I guess you'd call it, after the race. So, yeah, so far it's been working for me. I always feel good after the race. And hopefully we can get the rest of this one in so we can roll on to the next one.
You know, it's interesting. We come out west. It's the West Coast Swing. All these teams have different philosophies. Do they stay out? Do you work on the cars? Your team actually stayed at the South Point and worked in the parking lot. Did that work pretty well? Obviously, they didn't lose any speed.
No, absolutely. Yeah, we definitely have plenty of speed. But, yeah, it's incredible to have that kind of facility to park our rigs there. And, you know, we usually have 4 to 5 guys stay back and do the transfer of the cars. And I actually got to go there and spend some time with them in the parking lot. I guess it was last Sunday while they went through that transition. It's just neat. It kind of had an old short track feel to it. Reminded me of racing back at Pensacola and on a Friday night and going to Mobile, Alabama on Saturday night. So it was good to experience that and have that vibe again. But hopefully, like I said, we can work on the South Point Hotel Casino Chevrolet a little bit more here today and get the speed as fast as the Xfinity internet service, and we can roll on.
All right, Daniel Hemrick going a little old school this week, Regan.
Yeah, Jamie, well, I've got Kyle Busch and Jim McMurray standing over here right now. You guys were discussing the rain just a little bit and how hard it actually was on the racetrack. Kyle, I heard you saying your car was very loose to start with. Does the rain obviously not help that, but is it the bigger problem than the car itself?
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to just kind of get the freeness out. We were really loose last week as well, too, and for some reason this week we kind of fighting the same thing. But, you know, we got up to second there, and I thought we had a shot, and I was kind of closing in on the 7th, and then all of a sudden I just flipped the switch and pulled the anchor out. So I was backing up to McMurray in a hurry. And, you know, but I think we've got some adjustments ahead of us that are going to help, and we'll be able to race up front, hopefully, with some of these guys.
Jamie, a rare Xfinity appearance for you. You don't run this series very often. What's it been like getting back out in one of these cars, and what do you expect for the rest of the race when we get it going again here?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Thanks to DC Solar, obviously, for sponsoring the race and also being on our car this weekend. It's a busy weekend. There's a lot going on, but I've really enjoyed it so far. The car's has been really quick. Similar to what Kyle said there, it takes off really free, which is typical here at Phoenix. But then we transition too tight after that 18 or 20 laps. So we'll put our sticker tires on next. There's always a difference in balance from the scuffs to the stickers and kind of see what we have.
You told me you picked this race because it's in Phoenix.
I didn't pick anything.
Okay, well, you ran this race. You thought there was no chance it would rain here, so can we blame this rain on you, maybe?
No, I have nothing to do with this. I do remember it rained here 3 or 4 years ago, though. I remember the Cup race, and we ran it fairly late at night. But I'd be shocked if it rains for that long here in the desert.
There we go. Fingers crossed that it doesn't rain for that long today, guys.
That Cup race, 2015, right, when Dale Jr. got the last win of his Cup Series career. There goes Kyle Busch walking away, and you got to believe he's going to be a player once we get back under the green flag, because his history here is incredible. 5 drivers in the field have a win at ISM Raceway, but no one has dominated like Kyle in the desert. How about 10 victories at the Desert Mile?
How many times did he beat you, Ryan? Were you in half of those, maybe?
I was in a couple, yeah.
So 10 wins, and that ranks him second behind Mark Martin, who won 11 times at Rockingham. A win here today, and he'll match Mark as a driver that has the most wins at a single track in the history of the Xfinity Series. 9 times he started on the pole. That also is a record at ISM. 6 of his victories have come from the pole. Got sweeps here in 2013 and 2016. In fact, twice he's won 3 in a row. He didn't win here last year. Do you know why he didn't win in 2017?
Because he didn't race here.
Yeah, he didn't compete. He's pretty good, right? I mean, you agree?
Yeah, he's good at anything he gets in. But yeah, he's done some great things here.
And you know what I think's interesting? We heard him in the Camping World Truck Series at Atlanta. His first pit stop, he must have called for 6 different adjustments. You know, usually a quarter a pound of air or a half track bar round is what you ask for. He asked for 4 or 5 changes, brought that truck to life, went on to win the race. Now I think that's interesting because he said he needed adjustments, and you guys, you experienced racers, you know what you're looking for in those adjustments.
Yeah, and I think that's where Kyle's so good. Or most of these great Cup drivers are so good, or Xfinity or truck drivers, is they know the changes they need. And Kyle has so much experience in any series that he knows exactly what he needs in the race car to be better. And I think McMurray brought up a really good point. They're still on the tires they've qualified on, so they got. A lot of people run 2 laps, so they probably got 6 to 8 laps on their tires. So when you put stickers on, it kind of changes your whole race car. And now the track's going to change, so we're just going to go through a big transition here. I think we're going to see some cars come to life that weren't quite there in the first stage, but we'll see. I'm probably wrong, but we'll find out.
And by the way, his wheel fell off, or maybe he would have won that race in Atlanta. But he didn't get to victory lane, but he certainly made his truck the fastest one there. I can't wait to see how these adjustments affect the cars here today.
Matt Tifft is off to a good start today. He's inside the top 10. He's from Ohio and a big Cleveland sports fan. So what he did earlier today had to be really, really special. He was hanging around with one of the pitchers from the Cleveland Indians. That's Andrew Miller, who takes the mound for the Tribe. He knows how to throw it hard, and today he's here learning what NASCAR is all about, Jamie.
So, Matt, what kind of things were you telling him about our great sport?
Oh, it's pretty neat. I mean, I've been a lifelong Indians fan and season ticket holder with my family in Cleveland. So, just showing him the hauler. He's been out here before, but he had his son with him, so we're just showing him everything. I think he loved the fuel cans and the spare race car in the top. So, just really cool to be able to show a guy like Andrew Miller and his family around here. Obviously, spring training going on, so I always try to catch a game. But it's been a cool weekend for us here. I always love coming out to Phoenix, and ISM Raceway is a fun one for us. We have so many things that we get to choose and kind of do as drivers, but it's a place I've been wanting to run better and better, and I feel like our Dollar Shave Club Camaro has been pretty good today, so that's encouraging.
And Dollar Shave Club, that's your sponsor. They did something pretty cool. Tell us about what's on your car.
Yeah, so they are our sponsor, but at the same time, we have 500 companies on the car, 500 small businesses, so it's the DSC 500 promotion, and just to take a look at a few of them, we got them all throughout the car here. We got them on the deck lid, on the hood, on the rear quarter, on the back of the car. Really awesome deal. And we got a bunch of those guys sitting in the grandstands right now, hopefully staying dry, but just guys who normally wouldn't have the opportunity to be on a race car. So kind of a different sort of sponsorship from Dollar Shave Club. So a really cool program, and we definitely appreciate them letting these small business owners have a chance to have their logo on a NASCAR.
It's really cool, and they're all different types of companies, too. So let's talk about this new team. This is your 4th race in now with this new team, RCR. How are things going with you and Randall Burnett and all of the communication and the chemistry that we're always looking for?
Yeah, it's been great. I think that's been the most fun part about it, is getting to know the guys. But just working with Randall, I feel like every week, we haven't had quite the finishes we've wanted yet, but I feel like every week we've been getting closer and closer. And this weekend was our best baseline setup we've had coming off the trailer. So I feel like we're definitely getting there. And we knew this West Coast swing was going to be a learning process for us because there's so many different tracks. But I feel like we're on the right foot to start off the season, and I think we're going to have an awesome year.
And you guys certainly have gotten better literally every single race they've been together.
Yeah,
Adam?
Yeah, Jamie, they just missed a top 10 the last couple of weeks. So far today, all the Childress cars find themselves inside the top 10. Add to that the Alliance. Ryan Truex with Colleague Racing was 10th. Good afternoon for the group out of Welcome, North Carolina. We finished stage 1. And then the skies opened up. Red flag for rain, but we are drying the track, and we hope to be racing once again soon live on Fox.
We are under a red flag here at ISM Raceway because of rain in the area, but as you can see, the Air Titans are on the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. There are 8 Titans out here in Phoenix, along with some other drying machines. So they're going to try to get the track dried up in less than an hour, and hopefully we'll go back to green. You know, I wanted to know for crew chiefs, how much work do you have to do preparing to get your cars back out there after a little rain has come through?
Well, I think it's been mentioned a couple of times. I think the big variable for so many of these teams is they're going to be, when they do make a pit stop, whether it's under this caution or the next caution, they're going to be going to sticker brand new Goodyear tires. They had to start the race on scuffs. But honestly, I still believe the wheels are spinning down there as this track is cooling down and these tires are cooling down. If you're up near the front, do you want to go ahead and roll the dice and try to make it to the end of stage 2? Because we're only going to have probably somewhere between 35 and 40 laps to go in stage 2. So I would not be a bit surprised to see some of that going on.
We did see some of the front runners come down on lap 30 as well. Ryan Reed, Elliott Sadler, Tyler Reddick. They stay out, they come down. What do you do?
It's a no-brainer. If you pitted that last caution, you absolutely stay out. That's the way you get off sync, especially if you had to start at the rear of the field like they did.
Okay, so we do have a guy who's part of our broadcast crew that knows a little bit about rain delays and having success after rain delays. Regan, I just was handed a little note that said you won an Xfinity race at Talladega after rain shortened. That was at 15. You also won a rain-delayed Xfinity race at Dover. So as a driver, I mean, is there a secret to getting back out front and winning these races?
You know what, Shannon, I don't know that there is a secret. Both those races were actually delayed from the start. We didn't even start either one of those races, and they just sent us out there, and we got the full distance in beyond that. But outside of that, I don't know. I can tell you this. I ran one race in my career in the rain. That didn't go so well because I hit almost everything on the racetrack. So as long as it's just a rain delay, we're fine. If we run in the rain, probably don't. I'm not your guy for that.
All right, so we were not going to make you do a rain dance out there, okay? We promise we won't do that to stop the rain. But we will have you interview Christopher Bell because I know you spent some time with him this week to talk about the season. And since we're under a rain delay, might as well catch up with him again.
Absolutely, and I've talked to Christopher Bell quite a bit. We're sitting here on the pit box with him right now. And Christopher, I just mentioned to the viewers that in the actual rain, I would not be their guy, but you were sitting on the pit box and you told me, let's just line them back up, send them back out there and get racing even with a little dampness out there.
Yeah, I think that'd be a lot of fun. I don't have a bunch of experience racing in the rain, but I got to do a Pinty Series race in Canada, and it was a lot of fun. But, of course, that's with rain tires. So hopefully we can get this thing dried out. I've got a really good Rheem Camry right now. Didn't fire off how I wanted to, but on the long run, I think our car was really good. So excited to get back out there. Hopefully this rain will quit and we can get the rest of this thing in.
You mentioned that long run and how good your car seemed on that long run. We watched you drive up to second. You keep collecting more and more stage points. You left Daytona with 1 point. When we came into this race, you already had 100 points. That means the past 2 races you've collected 99. You got 9 more stage points right there. What is the secret to this team all of a sudden finding its stride and being so fast?
Fast race cars, man. That's what it's all about. It's about having fast race cars, good crew chiefs, good crew members, and driving for Joe Gibbs Racing. We have all that.
So a little birdie told me that Caesar salads maybe not your favorite anymore, or used to be, and they're not anymore now.
Yeah, I used to love them, and then had a buddy tell me that they have anchovies in the Caesar dressing, so that put an end on the Caesar salads for me.
Can't just order the Caesar dressing on the side, guys. He's got to have it completely different. Jamie?
And Ryan Reed standing out here with me in the rain. Now, he's one of 3 cars that already pitted, so tell me your thought process in pitting early, and what do you do from here?
Yeah, it was actually a great call by Phil, my crew chief. We looked at it, and we knew that there was only going to be 7 or 8 to go. We were in about 13th, 7 or 8 to go in the stage, and we probably were going to get stage points, so we kind of sacrificed that first stage, pitted, got tires and fuel, and then just rode around. And well, once everyone pits here at the end of the first stage, we'll stay out, get a bunch of track position, and we should be in good shape for the start of the second stage. But I'm just excited, having a lot of fun here on the West Coast, except for this rain, which is kind of not normal for us.
And a West Coast kid, and anybody who knows about Ryan Reed knows that he races with diabetes. So pull out of your pocket the monitor we were just talking about. Tell me what you're looking at and how often you're checking. So your blood sugar right now at 145.
Yeah, so, obviously, I think a lot of people have heard me talk about living with type 1 diabetes and obviously racing with it. And so that's, one of the ways that I can manage it inside the race car is know what my blood sugar is and what it's doing at all times throughout the race. And also there's a guy training my pit crew. There's a bullseye on the left leg of my fire suit down here, and that's to indicate if I was to need an insulin injection during the race, they'd give me that during a pit stop. So it's really cool. Lilly Diabetes, everyone who supports us, it's so cool to be able to tell that story. And a lot of folks at home know what it's like to live with diabetes, or a loved one lives with diabetes, and so got a big awareness campaign going here, and so it's just a lot of fun to be representing.
How often are you looking at that monitor throughout a race, and do you look at it more as the race goes on?
Quite a bit, especially, early on when I usually start around 100. So early on, I keep an eye on every, 30 or 40 laps. And then towards the end of the race, when the adrenaline's really up there, the dehydration starts to set in, and my blood sugar gets, to that 200 mark, then I really start to watch it, because that's when, you get around that range where you could need an insulin shot. So it gets, more intense as the race goes on, like I said, with the adrenaline and all that. But, that's what makes this Xfinity Series fun. It makes it fun for me to go out and drive race cars, is that adrenaline. And when everyone at home watching it on Xfinity, their Xfinity stream, that's what they love to see us do. And it's pretty awesome. I'm able to come out here and live my dreams, and don't let diabetes slow me down.
And he does have a sugar mix in the car, so if he does need that little shot of sugar, he's good to go. A lot on his plate, Shannon, but he keeps such a great attitude about it all.
I just think that is such a great story, Ryan Reed. We talk about overcoming obstacles. For young people out there who people tell you can't do something, that is an example of letting nothing stop you to live your dream.
Yeah, I think that's part of the message that Ryan Reed tries to deliver, whether it's with diabetes or something else, is never let anyone tell you you can't do something. If you really want it and you believe in it, there are ways to make it happen.
Absolutely. So many great young kids in the Xfinity Series. We mentioned Christopher Bell, of course, Ryan Reed, and the Jet Dryers, they're out. These young guys want to get back on the racetrack and see what they can do against some of these veterans. We'll be back here at Phoenix in just a bit.
We are headed west on NASCAR Race Hub. Next week, Daytona 500 champ Austin Dillon joins the show, as well as Daniel Suarez and Darrell Wallace Jr. Our own Darrell Mutt visits LA's hotspots with William Byron, Matt DiBenedetto, and the Monster Energy Girls. Plus, great analysis from NASCAR greats Jeff Gordon and Darrell Waltrip, as well as FS1's Shannon Sharp, Jason Whitlock, and Greg Jennings. You can enjoy it all beginning Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern, and Tuesday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern, only on FS1.
We can't wait to go west. NASCAR Race Hub. We're going to be doing our show out of the LA offices for Fox Sports all week long. We have some very, very special, some special things in store for you that may or may not include this guy dressed up and dancing.
It has all to do with a cold open. Yeah,
Yes.
a very cold open, I might say.
Yes, we had a lot of fun getting ready for this West Coast swing for Race Hub, and as you can see, we're going to have so many guests. So Adam and Larry and I will be there all week. All right, Regan Smith is down on the grid. I do want to know, Regan, is it still raining out there, or how's it looking?
Well, it is still raining out here. It looks to be letting up just a little bit. And as you can hear, the Air Titans are running around the racetrack. I got to say, Shannon, I saw a couple of the pictures of what's going to be going on next week, and I guarantee you we'll be tuning in to see the actual show based on those pictures. Right now, I got Michael Annett sitting here with me. Michael, you started 15th today. You fell back to 16th, one spot. Said you had a little bit of trouble on the restarts there. Besides that, how's your car been?
Yeah, the car's a really good long run speed. I think they told me we were definitely top 10 times there once we got going. Just took off a little free, lost 3 or 4 spots. Hopefully before the end of this thing, we'll get a restart on the outside row. It seems to help definitely here, but it's just it's so hard to pass. You have to really use up your equipment to complete a pass. It takes about 3 or 4 laps. So restarts, we know every time we come to Phoenix that's key. So hopefully we'll get that we'll dialed in, because like I said, once we do, we have a really good car in the long run.
What is the difference? You talk about the outside row and how it takes off better here, and we see that at a lot of racetracks. Maybe the inside works better one place, the outside at other places. What's the difference in your mind of the outside here?
Well, I think the biggest thing is just everybody bottles up so much in the center of 1 and 2, and you just really have no momentum, even though you're still in third gear at that point. The guys on the outside just seem like they can go to the gas sooner, and it's all about making the backstretch as long as possible here. So it's just really important to be out there, and they can use their car to pinch you down, really hurt your momentum, and like I said, momentum's key down that backstretch here on restarts.
Hey, 4 top 10s for Michael Annett here at ISM Raceway. It's been a good racetrack for him. Jamie?
And Brandon Jones just hanging out here on the 20 pit box, watching all the jet dryers go by. And Brandon, you and I were talking earlier, just we're with the new team this year. It seems like things are really clicking, especially at this track. You've been surprised by things. How has it been different?
Yeah, we fired off with a really good speed the first couple laps there, and had a couple cautions. The big smoke bomb, that was pretty crazy. I barely got through it. There was no way my spotter could tell me where to go on that, and so we actually managed to get through that really well. And was just starting to fade those last couple of laps. I was starting to get just a little too tight to make any more gains where I was at. But it was just luckily at the end of the stage. So I'm sure the guys at Gabe Hart and all them will get it fixed up. I think we were talking earlier, we've got a little bit of a scale we use to describe how we kind of tune on our cars. And so hopefully we're on the same page with that, and we're going to get it fixed up here.
And last week, obviously, you had a great car there in Las Vegas. You and your teammate at the time, Kyle Busch, he's in the race again this week. You guys got together and you did talk to each other. But as a younger driver, you get into somebody like Kyle Busch. What is that like?
It is unfortunate that you have to do that with a teammate of all things. It's kind of unfortunate there, but we're so close in these cars, and it's so hard to pass everybody, So you're not trying to give everybody too much room, but at the same time, you race your teammates a little bit differently than you normally do a competitor out on the track. And so we just worked a little too close at the time, got together, but we did talk, and he kind of told me a couple of things on how he normally goes about racing and things like that of that nature. So it was actually a pretty good way to get communication with him in a way. And I don't know, I guess it shows respect a little bit to those guys in a way. You're not going to just lay over for everybody. You're going to race them, and you're going to be here to win. So at the same time, that's kind of a way to think of it as well. But it was good to actually talk about him and get his input on a couple of things on how he does stuff.
Well, you hear so many people, they like to talk about that debate if the Cup drivers should be racing with you guys. Is that one of the benefits that you actually get to learn from somebody from Kyle and prove how good maybe you are?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, whenever you beat one of those guys, it's huge, you know. So another great part of it is if he's in one of our Xfinity cars, then he's at the trailer right next to us, you know, so I don't have to walk across the Cup garage. And if I don't know if he's busy or not and stuff like that, it's a way easier way to get to talk to him and stuff. So I enjoy it. I don't like getting beat by him, but I do enjoy going and talk to him and figuring out what they do to be good.
Well, so far it's been a good day for Brandon Jones running top 10. We'll see if he can keep it there. Guys.
Yeah, Jamie, it's been a good day for all the Joe Gibbs guys. There they are, the running order. You see Christopher Bell in second again. I mean, he is up front each and every week in this Xfinity Series. Kyle Busch, who struggled last week, is currently fourth. And then, of course, Brandon Jones running eighth.
Well, Joe Gibbs' numbers here in the Xfinity Series, 15 pole positions, 9 of Kyle's 10 wins, and then they actually have another win with Joey Logano. So it seems like anytime Joe Gibbs has anybody in the Xfinity Series car at Phoenix, then they're going to be competitive and a contender to win the race.
Let's talk about Brandon Jones and Matt Tifft. We talked about it earlier. They kind of flip-flopped this year. And for both of those guys, it's really kind of been a spark that they needed.
And sometimes that happens. You know, it's like, you know, it's not that they're going to a better team. It's maybe a team that suited better for them. And Brandon Jones, when you look back at 2016, he really had a solid rookie season, made the playoffs. And last year was just dismal for Brandon Jones. So again, he went to Joe Gibbs Racing, Matt Tifft went to Richard Childress Racing, and so far after 3 races, and even the way they're running here up inside the top 10, then they actually they've improved dramatically. And I know it's early, but you're going to look right here, Shannon, both of them are in the top 10 in points.
They are, and it is said, sometimes it is all a little bit of a boost when you make a change. Change is good, right? And certainly for some of these guys in the Xfinity Series, new faces, new places, someone maybe like a little bit of a relationship with the crew chief. We heard Christopher Bell earlier with the piece with Regan Smith talking about how much trust he has in his team and his guys, and really for Jason Ratcliffe to be on top of that pit box for that team, how much does that give him confidence when he's on the racetrack?
Yeah, I mean, there are exceptions, but I've always had a philosophy is you never put a rookie crew chief with a rookie driver. It's okay to put a veteran crew chief with a rookie driver, vice versa. And when you look at Christopher Bell, he's obviously a rookie with a lot of experience in other types of motorsports, but it does not come more of a veteran than Jason Ratcliffe. He has won here 4 times, 3 times with Kyle Busch, and then of course the last time we were here, he won the Cup race with Matt Kenseth. I've said it, and I think it bears worth repeating. I could not think of a better combination to put together than young Christopher Bell and the old wily veteran Jason Ratcliffe.
So one thing we've heard a lot of the drivers say, Larry, is the difference between long runs and short runs. At a place like Phoenix, where is that line between the long run and the short run?
Yeah, to me, it's a razor blade. And this part has not changed about this racetrack since we started coming here in 1988. A lot of it has to do with how low you put the air pressure on the tires. And a lot of crew chiefs told me this morning that their driver's just going to have to hang on for a few laps because it's going to be loose. The back end's going to want to not grip because we know we have to be that way once we get into the run for the car not to just be too tight and just not slide in the front wheels. Somebody that's too good at the beginning of a run, you got to watch them closely. They may start fading. So if you can get both, you'll absolutely just spank them here at this racetrack.
Speaking of loose, we did see Brad Keselowski get a little bit loose when he and Justin Allgaier were racing for the end of the stage. When you look at Allgaier and you look at some of these younger, these Xfinity-only guys going for these stage victories so early in the race, it's really fun to watch.
It is, and I go back to what we had a discussion in the pre-race show about our sport is no longer about good, solid runs. It's no longer about being consistent. Yeah, you want to do those things, but it's about winning. It's about winning a stage and collecting that playoff point. It's about winning a race like Tyler Reddick did at Daytona and making yourself eligible for the playoffs and putting those 5 playoff points in the bucket. It's always been about winning. I think it's even more now than it was a few years ago.
And it's interesting because I do think a lot of drivers started last season not realizing how valuable those points would be. But Ryan Truex's brother, Martin Truex Jr., proves that over on the Cup side. All right, let's go back downstairs. Regan Smith is standing by with J.J. Yaley.
Well, as we continue to have this debate over how much rain Phoenix gets a year, I figured who better to ask than a guy whose hometown is Phoenix. Do you know the answer to that?
I do. It never rains here. So this is like the freak occurrence that happens here in Phoenix. Usually if it rains here, it comes, it makes everything float away, and then it's gone and sunny again. And unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. But if you look in the sky right now, you can see it's getting a little bit better. So we're optimistic about getting back on our way here.
I'm hopeful that things don't float away right now since we're all standing out here in the asphalt. We probably would be the first thing to float away. You started 16th today, have moved up to 14th. This is a small team. You guys have done a really nice job with this team this year. How is the race car right now today?
It's been awesome. You know, I'm glad to have Superior Essex back on board this week. We have Annixter as our assistant there on the lower quarters, and it just, you know, we're working hard on just filling these races and getting to come here and make, you know, ISM Speedway my new home track. To get here, you know, I've got so many laps here. The car's been phenomenal. We just fall off after about 25 laps, so now getting a chance to work on it, make it a little bit better, so these long runs we'll be able to hopefully stay up there in top 15 and run away there. But just glad to be here. You know, just thankful that Xfinity and the X1 app and everyone that they do for us in our sport, and we'll continue to plug away for sponsorship, and hopefully we'll be doing this on a weekly basis again.
Shannon, I got to call him out just a little bit. He said it never rains at Phoenix. That is so not true. It's raining right now.
Never say never, always say always. Isn't that how it goes, Larry Mack? Never say, oh, I don't even, that's something like that.
Never say never. Though.
Never say never. There they are, the Air Titans hard at work, hoping the drivers can get back on the track and go to work. We'll be back here at Phoenix in just a bit.
Two of you, Shannon.
Welcome back to ISM Raceway here in Phoenix, Arizona. It looks pretty dry out there. Unfortunately, it's not the same scene around that 1 mile racetrack. We had a little bit of rain move through the area. We're currently working lap 47 under red flag, though, because of the rain. The Air Titans are out on the racetrack. So we've been able to talk to drivers, and so far, Christopher Bell does not like Caesar salad. And JJ Yaley played the role of meteorologist. So who knows what's going to happen during this rain delay, and especially now, because we're going to bring in one of the series veterans, Elliott Sadler, who we're calling Mr. Consistent. But I do want to ask you, how late you stay up watching the game last night? Because I know North Carolina got the victory.
I definitely stayed up and had to see, all the post game and interviews and what we all thought. And a great game for our program last night. That's a huge rivalry, and that was a rubber match. First time we've beaten them I think since 1998 in the ACC tournament. So glad we were able to do that to move on to the championship game tonight. So go Heels. We got to hurry up and finish this race before the game starts.
You're thinking, Elliot, we're going to bring in the broadcast booth here, and we're going to talk racing in a moment. But first, how many games a year are you over in Chapel Hill watching the Heels play, man?
Well, we try to go to at least 6 or 7 a year. My brother's daughter, my niece, actually is a cheerleader at UNC, and we always try to go watch her cheer, of course. And we've been in the Rams Club now, my family, over 50 years. So we try to go see them play each and every chance we get. We try to go to the ACC tournament when we can. We'll try to go see them play in the NCAA tournament when we can. I was at the Final Four last year when we beat Gonzaga for the championship, so I was able to share that here actually in Phoenix. So huge Tar Heel fans, very proud of them last night. Played a great game against our rivalry. I'm going to keep it nice and rate it PG on here, but against the Blue Devils. But it was good to beat those guys to move on.
Just like sliding in his sponsors, he was able to slide in that the Heels won the national championship and they beat Duke for a second time in 2018. So that was a nice job.
You had to start today with a lot of energy, Elliot, after a big night last night. I know you were starting in the rear. You knew that when the day started yesterday. How did that affect your strategy? That pit stop seems to be key to getting you up front here when we go back racing.
Yeah, one thing about the stage racing this year, Michael, is it's only 45 laps. Last year was 60, so we knew starting 40th we had to do something a little different. And when the caution came, we just decided, you know what, let's take a chance. We're leading the points. We can be aggressive. We can kind of go out on a limb and do something. So we decided to pit, get 4 tires, and then it was my job to take care of the right rear as much as I could right there until we got to the end of the stage. And then when everybody else needs to pit, hopefully we'll line up front, and then we'll see what we got. But every once in a while, you got to take a chance and do something opposite or do something different than the people you're racing. So that's the chance we've taken, and we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, Elliot, Ryan Blaney up in the booth, my first time. How are you doing?
Hey, you doing good? Hey, where's the hat? You came across pit road with your hat and tie on.
Well,
what happened to the hat?
Larry Mack told me to take it off, and I got to respect my elders, I guess. But, you're running great. I thought your strategy was really good, having to start in the back of pitting there before the stage was over. I think you're going to restart here up in the first 2 rows. So you think your car is good enough to change? How the tracks change? How do you think it's going to change here once you get sticker tires and after this rain?
Yeah, I heard Larry talking about it earlier where, the guys, you got to kind of hold on to it on restarts. You're probably going to be a little loose. You're going to be a little free. And then usually our cars tighten up here the longer you run through a green flag stretch. So, we're going to see. Now that we restart up with a bunch of fast race cars, we're going to see how we can restart and fire off. And then, we're only going to go to lap 90, and then it's the end of another stage to try to get points. So a really short run here. So we try to do some things to it to make sure it's going to fire off pretty quick, Ryan. But the biggest thing starting in the back today, usually it's hot and sunny here at Phoenix, so the track really widens out. Turn 3 and 4 really creates a lot of different grooves where you can move around. Well, today, with it being more cloud cover, more guys were staying hooked on the bottom and staying on the yellow line, so it became a little bit more difficult to pass. So that's one more reason why we decided to try something a little bit different on pitch strategy to try to gain some track position.
Elliot, 2 years ago, NASCAR decided to go to this playoff format in the Xfinity Series. You went to the Championship 4. Last season, we added stage racing. Once again, you found your way down to Miami to run for the championship. How much have you learned the last couple of years on managing a season with the playoffs so you can put yourself into best position to get down to Homestead and ultimately win the title?
Yeah, Adam, that's a really good question on all fronts. In my opinion, stage racing has changed NASCAR racing. It's so much more of a sense of urgency now to try to qualify up front, to try to run up front. It was a lot more give and take on the first part of the race years ago because you had to make it to lap 200. Well, today you're trying to get all the points you can before lap 45 and before lap 90, and all that stuff really adds up. And you look at Martin Truex Jr. last year and how many points he had moving into the playoffs and how he was able to kind of ease his way through the first few rounds. We were the same way. We had a lot of playoff points that we kind of had in the bank, and we got the most points as far as stages were concerned, and that really helps us through the playoffs. So it's definitely changed the way we think about racing. It changes the strategy that we look at. We know a caution is going to save you if you want to take a chance on a long green flag run. You know that when that caution is coming. So it's changed the playbook. I felt like we did just as good or better than anybody last year, accumulating points. And, now we got to try to do that once again because everybody's kind of caught on to what we were doing.
Elliott, when you look at the Xfinity Series, there's Joe Gibbs Racing, there's Team Penske, there's Richard Childress Racing, but then Junior Motorsports. And I know you guys, you get your engines from Hendrick and you have a little bit of alliance with them, but the strength of that organization to be totally on their own and with 4 Xfinity Series regulars, the strength just seems like it keeps getting stronger.
Yeah, our guys work hard, Larry, and I know everybody does, but I was so proud of our race team on how we all battled each other at Homestead in November, which really wasn't long ago, and we didn't really have a hangover. I mean, we came into Daytona and we had a 1-2 finish, and Tyler and myself are 1-2 in the points, and Justin's having a great day again today. We have put a lot of hard work and effort and a lot of man hours in the shop to figure out this new car. The body's a lot is new for us. The Hawkeye system is giving us a fit. It's new for us. Of course, the travel and some of the other stuff we're doing is a lot different. So our guys have put a lot of hard work in this winter to try to be prepared as best we could. So when the season started, we could go out and get some good finishes. And so far, we've been able to show that. So very proud of everybody at Junior Motorsports. Yes, we do get a lot of help from Hendrick, especially the engine department. But those guys at Junior Motorsports working so late to compete with the Penske's and the Gibbs and the Childresses and all the Cup affiliated teams we race against says a lot for our people. And at the end of the day, you guys know this as well as I do. It's about the people in the shop, the communication, working together. And my team and I seem to be hitting on all cylinders right now. And we just want to keep building on the momentum that we have.
Elliott, I know you have to appreciate the extra time you're getting from your owner, Dale Jr., and how he's been able to help you and guide this team. How important is he to your organization, not only from a sponsorship front and the owner side of it, but just personally digging in there and giving you help on strategy, driving the car, whatever it might be?
You know, Michael, and I know I've talked to you about this before, it's so cool to have an owner that you're also been friends with for such a long time. I mean, he and I have known each other when we were teenagers. And when you have that connection, that personal interest that I want to do the best I can for my owner because of our friendship, he wants to give me the best equipment that he can give me so we can compete each and every week. And we have that personal interest in each other's career and how we run on the racetrack. And that is just something special. And I can call and talk to him at any time of the day or week. And we'll talk about not sponsorship stuff or race stuff, but more about on-track stuff. And what did you do here? What do you think? You know, what did you guys see on the Hendrick side of things? This is what I fight. So I can really bounce some stuff off of him, and he's got such a good knowledge of the tracks and the cars. He's been doing it, a long time. That he's definitely a great owner to me. He's been great to me and my family, and I'm having a blast. I tell everybody all the time, the last couple years of my life have been a blast in a race car. He's made it so much fun. It's so fun to come to the racetrack each and every week with these guys, and we're competitive, and that's just the icing on the cake.
What have you learned from Dale as an owner when you compare it to some of the other teams that you've been able to drive for? Because let's face it, you have had a hit list of teams to compete for at all levels of NASCAR, Elliott.
Well, it's so personal, like I said before, and he really personally is interested in how we run, and I think he wins when we win, and I think he loses when we lose. He really takes it personal. It's not a business decision for him. It's friends trying to do the best job we can for each other on and off the racetrack. And at the end of the day, and I know Ryan's friends with him as well. He's such a compassionate guy. He's very quiet, but until you kind of get him to open up a little bit. But he's very compassionate and really cares about not only what we're doing as a team, but also what our sport is doing. And as a driver, that means a lot.
Hey, Elliott, it's Shannon again. I can't tell you how many times I talk to crew chiefs and they tell me you can't get, top fives until you start running in the top 10, and you can't get wins until you start running in the top 5. And you are doing that every single week, running in that top 5. What is the one thing that you guys need to do just to get over that hump and get back to victory lane?
Yeah, there is a few things, and we've been so close. Last year we had a couple races that if a caution would have came this way or that way, or a restart would have been a little better. So we've been close, and we have been consistent. I'm the driver, I'm the quarterback. I need to do a better job inside the race car of getting us to victory lane. Kevin and my guys give me the cars that are capable of doing that. But at my age and at my experience, the buck stops with me. And I've got to take responsibility to when we don't make it to victory lane. So we are doing good with top 5s, and we're doing good with top 10s. And somebody was telling me the other day, I think 70% of the races I've driven for Junior Motorsports, we've been number one in the points. So that says a lot about the consistency of our team. But I've got to do a better job on some of these late restarts, getting in and off pit road under green flag conditions, things like that to keep us up front to try to get us in victory lane.
Elliott, thanks so much for joining us. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that you get to go, that this race gets in so you can go watch North Carolina play Virginia tonight. That's going to be one heck of a game.
That's right. Priorities. You got to have your priorities.
Hey, here's a priority for you. Michael Waltrip would like you to maybe make a call to Hunt's Brothers and get some pizza sent up to the booth. What do you think about that?
I will do that right now. They're actually here. They're actually here.
Well,
yes.
perfect.
There you have it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Whatever I can do.
Thank you so much, Elliott. Have fun out there once the race gets started again. I mean, he's doing it. He's doing everything he needs to do. It's just that one little step, right?
And I think once they find victory lane, I think you're going to see them start to reel a whole lot more of them off. Absolutely.
All right, let's get back down there, waiting out the rain right now here at Phoenix. Regan Smith, Jamie Little, they are busy. Regan right now with Cole Custer.
Shannon, thanks. I got Cole Custer with me, as she said. Cole, you're another one of those cars that had to go to the back. You started 40th basically this afternoon. You've worked your way all the way up to 11th right now. Your race car seems pretty fast.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I think our Haas Animation Mustang is pretty good. We just, it seemed like we were fighting loose in a little bit, so we're going to try and help that and try and get our short run speed a little bit better. But we're just trying to, manage your stuff and not get yourself in a bad position, trying to get there up in the pack. But I'm pretty happy with it. Hopefully we can just stay clean and, get our car a little better and hopefully run the top 5.
We talked about the jack post earlier on in the race and what happened there to cause you to have to go to the back. When did you find out as a driver that you had that problem and that you were going to have to go to the back?
Right before the race. So it was last second when I found out, but it's just something that, we didn't really plan for. I mean, we wanted to try and get some more speed going down the dog leg down there on qualifying. It just hit the jack post too hard. So it's something we can plan for next time, but I mean, I think we have a fast enough car to make it up.
Now, if you watched our practice coverage yesterday, we highlighted the left side skirts. We didn't talk about the jack posts, but we highlighted the fact that those jack posts, or that the side skirt, would hit the racetrack, and it was a challenge for crew chiefs. Did your crew chief ask you to stay off of that in qualifying, and you just went down there because it was faster, or did you opt to go down there without knowing that?
Well, we saw the 20, it looked like last year got the pole by going down there. And it looked like, the 78, I think, had some speed down there yesterday. So we were just something we wanted to try for one lap, and it kind of bit us a little bit. But it is what it is. We've seen to make our way back up there, and I don't think we'll have a problem getting to the front.
Shannon, a lot of drivers, I got to point out over here, a lot of drivers usually have an extra water bottle or something like that they throw into the race car. Cole Custer, he's a young guy, he's a kid. He's got a lot of candy and squirt guns and all kinds of stuff in here.
Squirt guns? What are you doing with the squirt gun in that bag? That's what I want to know. I like the Fun Dip, though. I'm all about that.
Kids will be kids, though, even if they're race car drivers.
I'm all about the Fun Dip. This is the thing. So he did win a race last year. Unfortunately, though, it was Homestead. So everybody's talking about the championship and not necessarily about the victory. But this had to have given him a ton of confidence.
Shannon, we had 34 races last year, and I don't think anybody dominated any of those races like Cole Custer did at Homestead Miami Speedway. And think about when we were here in November, how close he came to making the championship 4. He'd have been celebrating not only a race win right there, he'd have been celebrating the championship.
A lot of times I'll sit here and I'll ask you and I'll ask other drivers about a young driver and about their skill level and what they see in them. And I hear nothing but positive things about Cole Custer and his ability and how he's grown. What have you seen?
Yeah, I've been around Cole a lot, and he lives, eats, sleeps, and breathes racing. That's all that matters to that young man. And he is like a sponge when it comes talking to Kevin Harvick. So he never quits trying to stay engaged with that race team. And I think you go back to last year, they basically made the move to Ford. And I think, he was going through a learning curve, but as a brand new race team moving to Ford, I think they went through a learning curve.
You said he eats, sleeps, and drinks racing. He also
except what was in that little bag right there.
He also eats candy. That was in the bag. But Cole Custer, he ended the season with a victory at Homestead. And the driver who started this season with a victory at Daytona was one Tyler Reddick, driving for Junior Motorsports in that number 9 car that, oh, by the way, won the championship last season with William Byron, who is now racing on Sundays. So certainly had some big shoes to fill as he jumped in that 9 car and really did what he had to do. It was the closest finish, by the way, with Elliott Sadler and Tyler Reddick to get that first win of the season down at Daytona. So what about Tyler Reddick? Let's go downstairs. Jamie Little is with him.
Well, he's watching that video. How fun is it to relive that moment, your first win?
I mean, it's still pretty crazy that we won by as little as we did. Have the closest finish in NASCAR history is pretty cool. The coolest part about that, I keep telling people, is that, you know, Elliott Sadler put himself and me in a position to be able to win that race, battle it out between two JRM cars. So either way, Junior Motorsports is going to win the race. And, you know, I'm sure he would have liked to have won it. If I would have finished second to him, it still would have been really cool to have that close of a finish and, you know, someone in Junior Motorsports already have a win and be in the playoffs. So looking back, it still hasn't really sunk in, I don't think, but it was really cool to get Burger Fight to victory lane and to get the first win right out of the gate. So when I make the mistakes like I have been this morning and like the first couple races, we're still pretty good shape. And, you know, it's not always good to pull out a backup car, but, you know, at least we're doing it now and not later in the year.
Well, you're definitely still a rookie, and you alluded to what happened earlier. Qualifying, take us through what exactly happened that led to you going to a backup car.
Yeah, you know, we rolled out for that first round of qualifying, and I just was trying to really get a good run up to coming back to the start-finish line and just overdid it a little bit. Probably watched a little too much of Cup practice, seeing guys move around. On cold tires, they're not quite worked in. Just made a mistake, and unfortunately we had to go to backup car, and that put us in a box for this first run of that race. We kind of knew where the car was going to be, but it wasn't exactly right. So on that first pit stop that we did on around lap 32, we were able to get it a lot closer, and we were just trying to ride there to the end of stage one, but the car is actually really good, and I felt like I was riding, and like Dave's like, just ride. I feel like I was, and we were passing cars, so I just try and pick off a couple guys that were on the same tires, same strategy. So when we do restart, we can restart first, hopefully. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully this rain clears out so we can get back racing. I'd like to see how that goes. Maybe we can get to the end of stage 2, and if it rains again, we're leading, I'm fine with it. So hopefully we can get our first Xfinity win here in Phoenix.
Well, Tyler, we definitely want to see the rain go away so we can race to the end. He's doing a heck of a job, though. So far, Shannon, he's up to 19th. He started in the back.
Jamie Little, this is a glass half full kind of guy. Did you hear him say leading the race, rain stopping? We like him. And he's got some moves, doesn't he? Just looks like a jib jab to me, doesn't it?
He looks like all natural there.
That just does not look real right there. It looks like they put his head on top of.
I don't know. I do believe that's Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, can you do that? Can you do that dance?
No,
Come on.
I have no moves.
I bet you can.
Well, you're going to have to tune in to Race from Los Angeles next week.
What a plug that was.
Yeah.
What a plug that was. Okay, we're going to be here for a couple minutes longer, but at the top of the hour, we are going to go to the Big East Tournament. Final coverage, it's going to start here on Fox, and that means that we're going to move over to FS1 for continuing race coverage here from ISM Raceway in Phoenix. That'll be at 6 p.m., so don't go anywhere because we still have more driver interviews coming up from Phoenix as we continue to wait out the rain delay. Come on back.
3, 2 to the promo.
So coming up next right here on Fox, it is the Big East Tournament Final. Jay Wright and his Wildcats of Illinois. So certainly exciting. Not exciting here right now, well, unless you're driving one of the Air Titans. They're still out there, currently underway, getting the track dried off, trying to get this thing back green. And, you know, this really gives us a chance to talk to so many different drivers. And Regan Smith joined our broadcast crew on the Xfinity Series this year. So this is his first rain delay, and Regan is currently with another guy.
You know, Shannon, if I had heartburn over anything when I came to the TV side of the sport, it was rain delays because I did not know how to handle them. But it's been a lot of fun. We get to talk to a lot of different guys. One of those guys is Ross Chastain. Ross, you've been running in 18th place today. You started in 18th. A good run for a small team. And what I love about your team is you guys always seem to overachieve out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people put expectations for us lower than we do ourselves, for sure, and what I do. You know, we're not running where I want to be, and we had cycled up a little bit ahead of that. And then that last, the restart there after the blown motor, I just couldn't get going. So, yeah, a lot of people might think that the Flex Seal Chevy's doing good in 18th, but, you know, there's a lot more to be gained, I think.
Typical race car driver, you always want more. You always want to do better. Let me take you away from the racetrack for just a second, though. Your family is watermelon farmers. It's raining right now. Typically on the watermelon farm, you want rain, correct?
In moderation. Actually, watermelons don't need as much water as a lot of people think. The plants are so vigorous, they'll actually push too much water to the melon, and they'll actually crack. It's pretty crazy to see them. You know, beautiful sunny day, but if it rained too much the day before, they'll literally, as soon as you touch them, they'll crack. So we keep our fields drier than most in the area. But everybody has different, you know, philosophies and ideas on whether or not you should use drip irrigation or just seepage, which is the old school way. So, you know, man, you asked me about watermelons now. We can go to a long road and we can fill a lot of rain delay coverage.
I did know that when I asked the question. Ross and I had a great conversation a couple days ago about watermelons, and I learned more than I ever knew prior to that. Your best finish here, 19th. Is this car going to be able to finish better than 19th today?
It is, yeah, for sure. It's the car we had here in the fall, and we've gained on it. You know, the composite bodies are a big talking point, and I don't think they've done as much as I wish they would have. Definitely been hard to get them through tech and through the, you know, back in Concord, back and forth 17 times before Daytona. Was a big deal for us, and that was hard. So maybe starting to see some fruits of all the labor now, you know, where we are running with some pretty good cars, but we're just getting our mechanical package better and letting the aero stuff, it sorts itself out. You know, we don't do any wind tunnel stuff, and not to cry the blues, but we work on mechanical grip, and that's so much fun because the cars do normally drive good. It's just a matter of getting some speed out of them.
Shannon, I learned the other day that you can grow oranges in the desert while Adam Alexander and I were riding around. Now today I just learned you could probably grow watermelons here too.
Wow, watermelons in the desert, huh?
I guess.
We did find out while we were interviewing Ross Chastain that Kentucky did beat your Alabama Crimson Tide. So congratulations, Big Blue Nation.
Oh, I'll have to listen to DW for days now.
Yes, you will. And the guys up in the booth, they've been kind of taking a little bit of a break right now. Ryan Blaney has been busy tweeting, and we, of course, are watching all of that, Mr. Blaney. This is what he just tweeted. Figures the first time I'm in the NASCAR on Fox booth, and it's raining. Getting tired of Adam and Michael. Believe me, Blaney, I feel your pain. Fruit Loop supply is dangerously low.
Ryan, I do have a question. How many times has Michael done this to you?
He does, yeah, he does this.
He constantly does it. This is worse because it's a rain delay. Yeah, he just keeps doing it.
Hey, I will say this, Larry Mack. When Shannon announced that Kentucky beat Alabama in the SEC semis today, you did what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's right.
So it's not just Darrell that's going to rub it in. And I would say if you're a real Tide fan, you would have known the game was complete instead of advertising that Alabama is, in fact, going to compete with Kentucky. Those are just a few of my observations as we're under red here. What do you think, first broadcasting experience, beyond the fact that we need more Fruit Loops?
Beyond the fact, and it's raining, which is unfortunate. I might think it's me. You know, I've been trying to get in the booth here for a couple years, and it's finally happening, and I'm really excited about it, and it rains in Phoenix, Arizona. which never happens. So I don't know if I'm going to be allowed back.
I'm telling you what, though, the track is drying quickly. I think we're starting to make a lot of progress there, and I cannot wait to go back racing because, as Ryan said earlier, you don't know what the track's going to do. You don't know what adjustments you're going to make to your car. That means drama for us, a lot of fun action for us to cover. Man, I'm so glad you're here.
I appreciate being here. I'm sweating up here. I'm so nervous.
We want to let everyone know when we go green, the three of us going to call the action over on FS1 because top of the hour, that would be 6 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to send it to New York, Big East Championship game, as Villanova tries to win the title in the postseason, also hang on to a #1 seed. So we're managing a lot here today.
Oh, we got a lot going on for sure.
But don't worry, we got you covered. We'll send it to basketball, and we'll have NASCAR live on FS1. We can't wait, Shannon. Hopefully the rain will stop soon. We'll get this place dried out.
Adam, unfair. You played dirty. He couldn't respond to those comments that you made to him. You know that, right?
That's what you call a broadcast veteran, Shannon.
Playing dirty. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so, I mean, we're going to get ready to head over to FS1. So anyone that watched any basketball, go join us over there. But we're going to get ready to get this thing green, and a couple of guys on pit road stops. They're in good shape.
We will be racing, and it's going to be fun for probably roughly 150 laps.
Mile racetrack, the shortest that we've been to so far this season. Coming up next here on Fox, it's a Big East tournament final, Providence versus Villanova. We're going to move over to FS1, so grab that remote control, grab any snacks you need from the fridge, join us over there because we've got continuing race coverage at the top of the hour from right here at Phoenix. Justin Allgaier will lead the field to green when we go back. See you over at FS1.
there's one word that comes to mind for me when you come to Phoenix, anxiety.
This race is fast and it's unpredictable.
It's hot, slick. We are in for a real treat today.
This track right here is the toughest we have.
The sense of urgency is up.
Let's get focused and get ready to rock and roll here.
200 laps in the desert.
Green flag, green flag.
Underway at Phoenix.
Welcome to NASCAR's Xfinity Series Racing from Phoenix, and welcome to FS1. We're so happy to have you over here making the jump from our Fox broadcast. And do not adjust your television screen. Yes, we are in Phoenix. And yes, there was rain. So it did rain in the desert here today. The Air Titans have officially led the most laps on this 1 mile racetrack, but the track is dry, and just after an hour of being out there, we're getting closer to going green. How much has this track changed, do you think, for the teams?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely took some of the rubber off, but it will not take long to get that rubber back down. But it's going to be cooler. It's going to have a lot more grip, and we're getting later in the day, and when the grip goes up, so do the speeds.
All right, so we haven't had a lot of racing just yet, but we did have some exciting racing in the first stage. Justin Allgaier led the field to green, but Brad Keselowski passes him for the lead on lap 11, and we saw Justin Allgaier really get aggressive. David Starr did bring out the first caution on lap 26, and then things got a little heated.
Boy, Brad Keselowski and our pole sitter Justin Allgaier, you could tell that stage one was near the end because they were racing hard. And look at the damage in front of the right rear tire on that 22 car of Brad Keselowski. Now they have the decision, are they going to try to repair that during this caution?
Right, because they have not been able to pit since the rain came out on lap 47. As you can see on the windshield, this race went into a red flag situation. We had about 8 Air Titans along with other equipment out there drying off that racetrack. Just over an hour that we've been in this red flag. We've talked to a handful of drivers, and Ryan Blaney upstairs in the booth, he may be the reason that this rain has actually come, because it's his first time in the booth with our guys. He's a rookie. Ryan, we're blaming it on you. You know that, right?
Well, yeah, you always got to blame the new guy. I've dealt with it the whole career.
Hashtag blame Blaney. I think we should start it right now. You know, the month of March in Phoenix averages 3 days of rain. Turns out today was the day. But as Shannon said, we got one stage in. Justin Allgaier wins it overall. What's the evaluation, Michael?
Well, the radar looks clear to the west. I think we're going to clear up, and we're going to go racing here, and we're going to run all the way to the checker. That's the first thing. And secondly, adjustments. We're going to see guys come to pit road, and I'm going to keep my eye particularly on Kyle Busch. He said he didn't like the way his car was handling. He knows exactly what he's looking for, that feel, communication with the crew chief. Those adjustments could bring that 18 car to life. I'm going to be interested to see what happens with him.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know. You know, Larry Mack was talking about it. The track's cooled off. We're going to put stickers on it. The track's changed a little bit. You know, I'm really excited to see how the front part of the field is going to react, and then you have the guys, don't forget, that pitted around lap 28 or 30 who are going to cycle to the front. I think there's maybe 3 or 4 of them, so we'll see if a little bit of clean air will give them something a little bit more out of the race cars.
And the speeds going up will change these cars too. You never know if you might get a car bottoming out on that splitter because of the faster speed. So there's a lot to watch for in the second 3 quarters of this race.
Those drivers that pitted, Elliott Sadler, Tyler Reddick, Ryan Reed, certainly we'll keep our eye on them. Also watching this rookie class, among them Austin Cindric, 19 years old, from Mooresville, North Carolina. You know, a year ago, he was working through his senior year of high school. He spent time in the open wheel ranks. He's been all around the world. He's just a good kid, a lot of road racing, but made the move to stock cars, competing full-time last year in the Camping World Truck Series with Brad Keselowski, and now he's an Xfinity guy. Jamie?
6'3". I think you are the tallest driver in the field. You and Elliott Sadler together, but I think in those pictures, my favorite is with your dog. What's the dog's name?
Dog's name is Wallace.
What kind of dog is he?
So we thought he was a mutt when we got him from a shelter, but my grandma and I were playing gin on Christmas Day, playing cards, and that dog show on the Animal Planet was on, and we're watching it. This dog comes across the screen, and we're like, that looks like Wallace. It ended up being a Portuguese Podengo. So we have a Portuguese Podengo, proud owners, and Wallace, he's a lot.
A Podengo, very interesting. All right, let's talk about the season. You are a true rookie in the Xfinity Series, and it's very unique. You're driving for Roush today and throughout the season, but you're also driving for Penske, and not only the 12 car, but the 22. How are you balancing 3 different teams, 3 different crew chiefs, and keeping your eye on the ball?
Yeah, I mean, it's been good for me because obviously it's a good situation to be able to do the full season, but to have some experience, be able to have some continuity to do the 4 of the first 5 races with Roush, get the relationship with the 60 guys and Mike Kelly, And I've been able to work with Brian Wilson in the past through ARCA stuff and through stuff in trucks as well. And actually, I got to work with Matt as well at Atlanta during this year in the 12 cars. So a lot of different people know, a lot of places to be during the regular week, but it's a pretty awesome situation to be in, and pretty awesome to be able to learn from so many experienced guys.
You've had just 3 races under your belt. 2 of those, unfortunately, ended in wrecks. And what is that like? You and I were talking off camera about how much you've done in other motorsports. You've won across the board. What is that fine line right now of pushing to prove yourself, but also taking care of the equipment?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I wish there were situations where you were trying to get something, or I wish it was like I was getting too greedy, but there were 2 situations that were just kind of part of it, you know. But obviously there's some things I can do to avoid that, and there's some things that you just have to look back on and improve for next time. So for me, I kind of have to keep that out of my head and be able to move on to a race like this and be able to run my hardest and run the best, but also bring a race car home. So I think that's obviously my biggest goal for today. And for me, I look back at my truck season last year, and we really didn't start going until June. We didn't start clicking off finishes and top 5s and the results we really wanted and needed. And this year, I make it my plan to not have that same thing repeat itself, because when we got to the playoffs last year, it really hurt us. I was having a deficit every time we get to the next round, having to make it up and claw forward. And this year, hopefully, I can get to having that rhythm where top 5s and top 10s are happening in part of my season. So it's all part of the learning curve. Definitely got a lot more to learn, but looking forward to seeing what we can do for the rest of the day today.
Austin, I mentioned you've raced many different things. You raced in the X Games, you've raced the Truck Series. You've also raced on snow. What was that all about? Yeah, I went and did some ice racing in Sweden. There you go. It was a lot of fun. It was cool for the RX2 Series and Rally X Nordic to have me up there and have actually a Team Penske car. I had Newgarden and Elio Castroneves come out and drive these things. I got put in the wall there. Those guys, they had no shame in giving the door. So I got stuffed into a snowbank and T-boned, and that's just how it goes over there. It's kind of the dirt track equivalent in Sweden. You got 3 hot laps, do a heat race, and just go figure it out. So it was a lot of fun. I had a shot to get on the podium the second race I did. So it was a really fun experience, good thing to do. I haven't stopped racing since Daytona 24. I've had a race every week since then. So after Fontana, it'll be nice to have a little bit of a breather and get organized and be able to go strong into the summer. Well spoken. Good to talk to you, Austin. Good luck the rest of the day. Thank you. I didn't hear anything. Thanks, guys. Regan.
Well, also not hearing anything is Ty Dillon over here. We wanted to get everybody up close and personal with how the racetrack gets dry during the rain delay. Hey, you started 14th today. You worked your way up to 9th. A steady progression forward for you guys. How's your race car been so far? And how has it been working with Brandon Thomas for the second time?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. We're still working on getting this thing a little bit better. Our Cabela's Bass Pro Camaro is running pretty good on restarts. We just got to get our balance a little bit better to be able to run with the top 4, but we're going to have a couple chances here. I'm really excited the way it restarts, so if we get a couple late race restarts, I think we're going to be able to battle for a win.
Well, we've made it through the rain. Now we've made it through the wind and the hurricane here. You spent the entire week out here in Vegas, and you told me something interesting. You actually brought your young daughter out here. She had a chance to go with your wife to see family in Seattle. Have they made it back here yet?
Yeah, they made it back last night, so I'm glad that they're here for the race, and they're going to be here tomorrow as well. So it's definitely a tough balance, and going back and forth between a race car driver and being a dad and balancing both those lives. And it's been great, though. My wife's been amazing, and it makes everything better to have them here.
All right, Ty, thanks for joining us here.
So if the wife and kid are back, that means no more sleep for Ty Dillon, you know? And he's feeling good because he was top 10 in that opening stage. And that's all we've gotten done here today. One stage complete, but the rain is gone. The track is dry. We'll be green again soon.
wife and my daughter got to travel with me out here to Phoenix. And then we're going to go on from here. We're going to go straight to California, spend a few days at Disneyland.
We went up into the mountains and the desert and all over, just seeing the country, seeing towns that I've never been to.
Took time also to drive out to the Grand Canyon and just enjoy the beauty of this world and see a different way. It was a lot of fun, and we always enjoyed coming out here.
The West Coast Swing for NASCAR teams. NASCAR goes west. I know you went home last week, Ryan, but staying out here going to L.A. after the race tomorrow.
I am, yeah. I'll road trip it right after the Cup race and go to Los Angeles. It's about 5.5 hours, so we'll see. We'll see if I can cut that down a little bit. But no, I'll spend that out in L.A. I got some personal stuff to do and some things for NASCAR that I'm pretty excited for everybody to see.
I played golf twice, and I shot 98 both times with my friend Greg, and I'm not very good at golf, and I think I'm going to quit.
You're going to quit now?
Yes.
All right.
I'll start bowling.
Breaking news. We're about ready to put the drivers back in the cars and go. Regan Smith has had a Fresca, and he's with Ryan Truex, I believe.
I did have a Fresca. It gave me some energy, Adam. And Ryan Truex, speaking of drivers being in their cars, Ryan's already in, so we're kind of annoying you right now, but you're okay with that. You got a pretty good personality when it comes to that kind of thing. You're running here, sitting in 10th place. You've had some top 10s this year, and last time you were at Phoenix in 8th place finish. Looks like you got a car capable of doing that again today.
Perfect timing with the jet dryers coming around right when I'm getting ready to top. We struggled a little bit taking off. I was really loose, and as we ran, I got tight through the middle, but I'm still loose off. So kind of the worst of both worlds right now, but I can't really hear anything right now, but yeah, that's about where we're at.
Lucky for us, you don't need to hear because I wasn't actually talking right there. You were doing all the talking, and we've got some of the best equipment at Fox, including the mics, but we've also got the visor cam. You're wearing that visor cam for us today, and as we look up on this monitor right here, you've been making some great laps in this car. Can you tell us what you're seeing right here?
Yeah, I see a green car right there and some lap traffic. Here we go through the dog leg. You'll probably see how tight I am right here. Dealing with a lot of lap traffic right here, so we're running right on the apron. Right here when I pick up throttle, I'm just free. You can see me moving the wheel a little bit. That's really what we've been fighting this whole time, is just tight through the middle and loose off. So there was raindrops on my windshield right here. You can't really see them, but the entire first run it was raining. And I kept asking, are we gonna have a caution? Do they know it's raining? They're like, yeah, we're good, we're still green. So you need to show when whenever that guy blew up, because I've never seen a car blow up like that in my life. I couldn't see 5 feet in front of my windshield.
Fortunately for us, Jamie, we got some of the best race car drivers in the world out here. He can race in the rain, and he can race without seeing anything also.
Regan, you are cracking me up. Well, Spencer Gallagher is in his race car as well, the Las Vegas kid. You've been on a run this season, your second full-time season in Xfinity, 2 top 10s already, running 12th right now. What's the key to this big turnaround for you guys?
You know, I think it's all just been momentum. You're seeing the culmination of all the hard work that the guys at GMS Racing put together each and every week. And, you know, we're working together as a team. We're working so much better as a unit. And I really think this is going to be our breakout year. But, you know, it's been a fun day out here at ISM Raceway. I'm an ordinarily gambling man, but if you told me it was going to rain in Phoenix, I wouldn't have taken those odds. But here's knocking on wood that we can keep the track dry and get all 200 laps of this thing in and bring home another top 10 for our team today. They deserve it.
So on the fire-off speed, you guys are pretty decent. What are you trying to work forward to, and what kind of adjustments do you want?
You know, firing off our Kingman Chevrolet is really quite good, but as the tires heat up, it feels a little strong on the left rear. We're starting to fight a little bit of tight through the center and exit, so I think on this pit stop, Chad Norris is going to get us fixed up, try to get us a little freer for the long-run speed, and that should help us out.
Best of luck to you, and just want to show you guys real quick, as we've been getting sandblasted by the track dryers, you see how dirty it is. Rubber, dirt, everything blown off this racetrack. These are the tear-offs, so on each pit stop, he has 5 lined up here, so you'll see a man go over and he pulls that tear off to give him that clear view. So these will come in very handy as we get going here, guys.
Adam, I don't like Spencer with his helmet on. You can't see that big smile on his face. Every time we talk to him, you can just tell he's just thrilled to get to race a car.
I like this, though. The window net is up, which is an indication we are about ready to go green one more time. And I want to go back to what Ryan Truex said. David Starr blows up, smoke everywhere. Visor cam, what do you see?
Not much.
He said, I don't see anything. And, well, the camera tells the story, doesn't it?
And yeah, that's a rare blow up right there of a motor. We saw, I think Trevor Bayne happened in the Cup race there at Atlanta, and it's absolutely insane. You cannot see anything. You just hope you don't get run over from behind.
And you know, from the TV booth, you look down and you think you can see the smoke and you can see the cars, and you're like, those guys are fine. That's not the case. You can't see through that smoke from inside a car.
The drivers are loaded. The track is just right there on the verge of being completely dry, and likely pit stops ending stage 1 when we continue. Rain in the desert, it doesn't happen often, but it did today, causing a red flag for 1 hour 35 minutes in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, but the red has been lifted. We're back under the caution, and we'll get pit stops likely next time around. Our Ford Performance Track Facts. Ford won 5 of the first 8 races here at ISM Raceway, and Greg Biffle started the deepest in the field ever and rallied to victory, did so spring race 2005 after qualifying in the 20th position. So strategy here. We're only going to have about 40 laps to go in stage 2 when we return to the green flag. We know that Elliott Sadler, Ryan Reed, Tyler Reddick have already pitted under the earlier caution. We anticipate they stay out to gain track position. Anybody take 2 tires here to help their track position situation, or everybody come with 4? What do you guys think?
I think everybody takes 4. You know, that was a pretty long run there, and especially on a track after it's rained. I don't know if you want to put 2 on there, but maybe Larry Mack would have a little bit more knowledge than me.
I'm still not convinced we're not going to see some of the leaders stay out, because we're going to have just a little over 35 laps to go to end stage 2, and these tires, they have cooled down, and track position is going to still be king, Ryan.
Bookett, America's crew chief, said some of the leaders could stay out. The first handful definitely coming down pit road. Jamie, tell us what you see.
And Justin Allgaier making his way down. He's been saying he's tight through the middle. Definitely wants to help that out, free it up like the 22 he was watching. It'll be a 4-tire stop. They'll fill him up with Sunoco fuel. They made an air pressure adjustment. They pulled that tear off so he has a clear view. And we'll go down your way, Regan.
Kyle Busch hits his pit stall. He's been too loose so far today. They got to try and get that right rear to grip a little bit better for him. He's going to take 4 tires and fuel. The 22 of Brad Keselowski, a little bit of right side damage that they want to try and fix if they can. 4 tires for him. Been happy with the race car. Christopher Bell, too loose on the start of a run. He's going to get 4 tires. Good and happy with this car in the long run. He's going to be 3rd off pit road, Adam.
And the race off the pit lane, won by Brad Keselowski. Justin Allgaier, who had the lead coming in, was 2nd out of the pits. Then it's Kyle Busch, Bell, and Daniel Hemrick. Green flag, stage 2, next live on FS1. Stay with us. Closing on 6:30 on the East Coast. Time now for a restart to begin Stage 2. NASCAR Xfinity Series live at ISM Raceway. Tyler Reddick, Ryan Reed, Elliott Sadler, and Alex Labbe all stayed out. They had pitted earlier in the middle of Stage 1. Brad Keselowski, who won the battle off pit road, speeding. So he will drop to the rear. Be fun to watch him try and rally back to the front. First guy on fresh tires, Justin Allgaier restarts 5th. Kyle Busch alongside him. Green flag in the air as we complete lap 52.
How about the Canadian Labbe? He's able to hang on that outside. That was a good turn for that kid.
We got him 4 wide down there on the apron. We were talking about this all day.
Oh.
Allgaier, winner Stage 1 in the middle of 3 wide. That's Sadler to his outside. Christopher Bell right behind him. Cole Custer up there in the mix. Remember, he started at the back as well. Custer's made his way to 8th. And Reddick with a track position. Hanging out front, but he's going to get past here. Kyle Busch, fresher tires, driving by to the inside. Hemrick and Allgaier are going to try and do the same.
You know, we talked about the few drivers that pitted before the stage was over to get that track position. You know, how they didn't have that many laps on their tires, but you know, when they run a little bit of green flag laps, those tires, they get what we call a heat cycle on them. And so they run, they get hot, they get up temperature, and then you make them sit, especially how long we did. and they kind of get hardened and they get glazed over a little bit. So it might take them a few laps to get going, if they even get going at all. I was really interested to see how that played out.
Sadler has dropped back to 12th. Ryan Reed's 5th, and Reddick hanging tight inside the top 5. You just want to see where it balances out compared to where they were when they made those pit stops. Now this is under caution a moment ago. Watch the work for Kyle Busch and his team. Regan, what did you see down there?
Adam, they had a little bit of trouble getting the left front tire off of Kyle Busch's car. We documented last week his struggles on pit road. I need to point out this week he's actually got his Cup crew here. His full Cup crew is pitting that car this week after what took place at Las Vegas last week.
What about Allgaier? He makes quick work of Daniel Hemrick, and that car is on a rail. He was right down on the bottom of the track, Adam, and Justin Allgaier has got a car here that I think can win this race. But we talked about the adjustments that Kyle Busch would ask for. Wow, he just set his fastest lap of the race. I think that he got what he wanted.
He just had a feeling he was going to get it dialed in. Meanwhile, Brad Keselowski, who dominated the early portion of this race, led the first half of stage 1, worked his way up to 21st after dropping to the tail following that speeding penalty when he made that pit stop.
Yeah, you know, I'll be interested to see where the 22 can get to before this stage end. You know, obviously he's got a really fast race car, but the track's cooled off a lot, and that makes it, you know, everyone's car is faster, so it's going to be really hard to pass. People aren't slipping up off the bottom like they would be if it was 80 degrees outside, so that might slow his progress up, but I'm definitely really curious to see where he can get to, because we all know that car is really fast.
And you know, we made a big deal of shifting gears, going into third gear down in the corner so you can hop off there. That sort of takes that advantage away, doesn't it? With the grip on the racetrack, they're able to keep them wound up all the way through.
Yeah, exactly. Your car is turning better when it's cool outside like this. You're able to put the power down all the way, and you might not need to bail off into third gear. We can get the RPMs up. So I don't really see a lot of that happening. Maybe Brad's doing it a little bit in traffic, but I doubt he is, just trying to save that transmission for later.
And here's the good news. He doesn't really need to save right here. He knows this is a short run to the end of stage 2. He can go after it because fresh tires are on the way.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and you don't know what they'll do on the pit stop. You know, if they still need track position, if he only makes his way up to 10th, they'll have to make kind of a game time decision on if they want to put 4 tires on the car, if they think they're good enough to drive back to the lead, or maybe they'll do 2. It's just, that's kind of a call that Brian Wilson and those guys have to do at the break.
I was a little bit worried about Tyler Reddick in the 9 car, that being a backup they just pulled out, and he's held nicely in the top 5, Adam, since the strategy play that his team made. So I think Tyler's got a good car under him.
Let's go behind him on a restart off of turn 2. We know how crazy it can get here.
Well, Elliott Sadler slipped there. You could see it. That opens the door for Allgaier. Here comes Christopher Bell. That's 4 wide, and Regan did a great job showing us the funneling into turn 3 that you have to do. Christopher Bell, that was a wise decision by him to hang down on the apron.
Yeah, you know, you just have to bail down there, and oh, you see the 5 of Michael Annett get really close to Austin Cindric right there, and just everything funnels up. You know, Regan had a great example of it in the pre-race show. Is, gosh, you just have to go somewhere, and you see Christopher Bell and Allgaier bail way to the apron, and then turn 3 is already, you know, pretty slick the way it is, and then when you're 3 or 4 wide into there, someone has to give. And you know, this is why these guys are great race car drivers, is they were able to make that work.
Ryan Reed in the 16. The 9 is Tyler Reddick. Reddick, as we said, a rookie in a backup car after hitting the wall in qualifying, and he just about got it there. Yeah, a little kiss.
That's about as close as you'll ever get. I'm not sure if he touched it, but he definitely said hello to that decal.
There just isn't any grip up that high on the racetrack, and Tyler was sliding. Did a great job of missing the wall, though. Here comes Tiff, too. Keep your eye on both Tiff and the 19 here of Brandon Jones. Just a nice job of racing hard. He's got Brad Keselowski behind him there. Brad's rallied up to the top 15 now.
About halfway through this second stage, if the 22 car, Brad Keselowski, can get back to the top 10, maybe even top 6 or 7, I think after that speeding penalty, you got to consider stage 2 a win, right?
Yeah, you know, that's a lot of ground to make up, but you know, it's going to get harder as he gets further up in the field. Cars are more competitive, and it's going to be tougher to make these moves. He's been doing a really good job. He's already up to 15th right now, and we'll see where he gets to here in the matter of 20 plus so laps.
Reddick really hanging strong on this restart. Got those older tires, Regan.
Yeah, he's got those older tires, Adam. They also had to pull Packer on that last pit stop. And I want to ask Larry Mack, Larry, how tough is it for a crew chief and the engineers to determine how much Packer they need to pull when they're running a backup car that they have no laps on or no knowledge of?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a guesswork. And, of course, what Regan's talking about is these cars have travel limiters on the front shocks. And they're normally pretty good size, but you also have thin shims that you can either add or pull out to either let the car travel more or reduce the travel. And obviously, you know, Mike Shiplett just made, or Greg Ellens just made a call that, you know, we just got to pull a little bit out of it to see if we can get this thing from getting down on the racetrack.
Hey, Larry, quick thought on strategy here. We know in the era of stage racing, once you reach the end of stage 2, a race is official if we should get weather. Already had a red flag. There is still rain in the area. How are you managing this race, and how are you coaching your driver, realizing we could be 23 laps away from ending this deal?
No, and when I look at these camera lenses, you know, it to me, there's no question. You are racing for the end of stage 2 right now, and I do apologize, Calder and Tyler Reddick's crew chief. It's Dave Ellens, so I finally got that straight. I think I've been doing too much figuring down here on tires and Packers and fuel mileage.
I'll tell you how I'm coaching my driver, Adam. Go. I mean, we've got to hustle. We got to get everything we can as we hop on board Ryan Truex's visor cam. There goes Brad to the inside. There's definitely as much rain in the area now as there was earlier in the day. Looking on the windshield there, I don't even know if we can make it to the end of stage 2.
Yeah, and that is a crazy group of cars right there. You can see about all the way up to 6th where Reddick's running, and Ryan Truex where he's running 12th. I mean, it is getting insane. People are racing really, really hard just because, like we've been saying, there might be more rain on the way. We can actually see it behind the mountains right here in front of our booth, and that's why everyone's picking up the intensity level.
20 laps to go in stage 2. See Brad Keselowski there has worked his way up to 11th. Kyle Busch leading. He's got a 1.3 second advantage over second place Justin Allgaier. Daniel Hemrick is 3rd. Christopher Bell is 4th. Cole Custer rounding out the top 5. How close is the racing when it comes to ISM? This close across the dogleg. Elliott Sadler, Ryan Truex connecting.
Scoot over, please, Ryan. I need some space.
Kyle Busch is leading. The rain is near. The drama continues to build. Back to Phoenix after this on FS1. 31-45 laps complete, stage 2 for the NASCAR Xfinity Series here at ISM Raceway. Kyle Busch continues to lead this thing, a second in front of Justin Allgaier, and still a lot of rain. In fact, we've had some reports of sprinkles, and occasionally when we take one of the onboard cameras, one of our high cams, you do see some rain on the windshield, or rain on the lenses rather, of those cameras. Now, while we were away, we saw a real spirited battle between Christopher Bell and Daniel Hemrick. Got quite a reaction out of you two up here in the booth.
Been there and done that, Adam, and it usually doesn't turn out that well, but Hemrick did a nice job of saving that car. I don't think his foot ever came off the gas pedal, Ryan.
I don't think so. Those are some pretty fast hands that Daniel has, and he did a great job of saving that car off before.
Hemrick fourth right now, Jamie.
Well, 2 Xfinity Series regulars battling it out, and you see how much rain is on the lens right there and the windshields. But Daniel Hemrick, he's saying the car is pretty good. He's been happy with it, but his crew chief, Danny Stockman, just reminding him, manage your stuff, manage your rhythm. The guy behind us in the 20, he's too loose. He can't pass us. So his crew chief working with his driver to keep his hopes alive.
See Cole Custer there now, and Custer's had a great day. Had to start at the rear, made those adjustments following qualifying, but no trick strategy here for that team. They have just driven to the front. He's fifth at this stage. Right behind him is Matt Tifft. And as Kyle Busch slices through the lap traffic, going around Joey Gase in the 35, the 66 of Timmy Hill, we update Brad Keselowski from the back to 8th. Now 7th on this run after the speeding penalty.
That battle continues. You can see Custer taking the shortcut down the back. Hemrick leaves him some room in there. Going around the 74 car. Putting a lap on Mike Harmon. Look at the battle here.
No, Brad's made up a lot of ground. You know, this week for 6th. So in their case, you know, they want the rain to stay away. They want to try to get up to where they can. It looks like, you know, probably only 6th will be where he can get up to. The 00 is pretty far ahead of him, but that would be a huge win for those guys to come all the way from the back after having that penalty for speeding. Hopefully the rain stays away for those guys. They'll be able to pit, readjust their car, and have another shot at it really close to the front.
BK goes by Matt Tifft, as you said, for 6th, but he's 5 seconds behind Cole Custer, so he likely will not find his way back to the top 5, and problems for the 15. Into the wall. It's going to be our 4th caution of the day.
Go in the garage when everybody gets caught up.
That's Matt Mills from Lynchburg, Virginia.
He was already off the pace, Adam. I think they'd been to the garage area and worked on that car and came back out and slipped up into the outside wall.
A lot to think about here. We're under caution. 7 laps to go in the stage. Rain is on the way. And here's what happened to Mills.
I'm not sure if something broke. You saw the left front locked up there. If he had a flat right front tire, maybe. I'm not really sure what happened to that race car, but didn't slow down like he should.
And I think you got to stay out, Adam. Stay out and see what happens to the weather.
Well, all these guys last pitted. It's a very, you know, the longest this run has been, lap 30 for the drivers that came down under that caution. Ryan Reed, Tyler Reddick, and Elliott Sadler. The others pitted at lap 49. So everybody right now okay to keep going for an extended period of time, Larry, and I believe with the rain in the area, that's what you have to do, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at them. There's 23 drivers on the lead lap. I've got to believe if you're up there in the top 14 or 15 that you're looking at the radar, you're looking at the sky, and you've got to stay out. You know, maybe if you're back there and you're Dylan Lupton, you're Ross Chastain, Mike Lynette, you know, what do you got to lose? You're going to come get 4 tires and bank that we're going to go back racing and get this thing in.
Kyle Busch leads. His crew chief is Eric Phillips. What's their thought process on strategy under caution, 6 to go in this second stage?
You're 6 away from the break right now. If they open this up quick, I think you're going to have to come. You know, you can't make it no matter what from the next stage. So you're going to have to pit, you know, 2 more times right here, 1 after the stage break.
That's why I don't make those decisions. I don't know. You know, it's super tough. It's almost, you're gambling, really. You don't know if it's going to rain or not, and you know you're going to be hurting a little bit. You know, you have 40 or so laps on your tires if you don't come here. So pits are open. We'll see who if we have any takers here.
Busch stays out. Allgaier peels off. He's going to make a pit stop. So is Christopher Bell in that Rheem Toyota. Here comes Brad Keselowski. There are several others coming down as well. Jamie?
These guys have to be very careful. Crew chiefs reminding them pit road is very slick. See, makes a transition over to the concrete and he just slides, but he makes it in the box. Justin Allgaier wanted that tear off for vision. He'll get some tires here. The 21's in as well. Takes off good. Regan?
Christopher Bell heads into his pit stall. He can't see because of the rain is his biggest complaint. They're going to give him a tear off. 4 tires on this race car. Biggest thing he needs is a little bit of track position. He's stuck behind cars. They let down the jack on the right side, and he'll be on his way in a second.
Wow, that's strategy there. That's looking at the radar, using all the information available to those guys to make those decisions. It's a gamble.
What do you think about this? The track is damp. All right, let's look at this stop for Matt Tifft first.
We talked about sliding on the concrete. Tifft nearly slides through his pit, but look, he's too close to the inside wall. Watch this team struggle when they try to go to the left side to put tires on it. The Jackman doesn't have room to get it up as quickly as he would like.
Sticker tires, a little bit of a damp surface for a restart that's going to maybe net 2-3 laps here. Is there an advantage for these guys that pitted and the guys that stayed out being on those older tires with the damp conditions? What do you guys think?
I don't really know. You know, it just depends how much moisture. I'm looking up here in the booth, and it's damp. It's damp out there, and you know, hopefully we can keep some heat in this track. But I think we got some 2 audio of his pit stop.
Man, that pit stall is slippery. Yeah, it's been raining down here, buddy. I got them drying it now. They've been blowing it and just kind of soaked up there underneath that caution. Sorry about that. We'll get her dried up here.
Yeah, you know, these concrete pit stalls are already slippery as they are when they're dry, and then you put some rain on them. That makes it double trouble. So, you know, he did a good job of getting stopped, but that was really tough to try to get in your box right.
I can't tell you how much I respect and I appreciate the crew chief's jobs down on pit road. They're all thinking about a way to win the race. Kyle Busch leading, didn't think that they could pit right here and give the lead away because at the after the end of the second stage, the race is official. And so they stayed out, but others said, we got to beat Kyle somehow. We're going to use our radar and our pit strategy to try to pull that off.
When you look at the rundown here, top 12 drivers in the running order stayed on the racetrack. Kyle Busch, who leads. Daniel Hemrick is second. Cole Custer is third. Then there's Jamie McMurray and Ryan Truex in that 11. We know he's been fighting that race car, but they are in position to make something happen here and get a solid finish at ISM Raceway. Of course, the leader for Ryan Truex, Chris Rice. When they started this team at Colleague Racing a couple of years ago, Chris came over not only as the crew chief, but the competition director, and has really done a good job. Made the playoffs last couple of years with Blake Cook, and now it's Truex behind the wheel. A couple of top 10s out of 3 races in 2018. It's really been fun to watch.
Was Kyle getting the pace car loose?
I think so. Playing some aero games there, huh?
Yeah, he was getting a nice camera shot of that car, but he might have been trying to clean off some debris. I think that's you'll see that every now and then.
So we go back to Truex, Colleague Racing, and Chris Rice. And not only has he done a really good job with that 11 team, you just look at his history. I mean, he's done great things across all series in NASCAR. You say true racer, you think of Chris Rice.
And you talk about a spirit in the garage area. He's got a smile on his face, always thinking and talking about that race car. I really love his demeanor and how he handles himself and how he runs that team, Adam.
Fun guy to be around, Larry.
Well, he is. And Adam, he's been an Xfinity Series crew chief since 1999. And how about that win that he got there with Scott Wimmer? There's a name for the past. But the biggest thing about Chris Rice, he's just a fun guy to be around. He's a racer. He's serious about his business. But you know what? He believes in also enjoying what you do. And you know what? I think he's a pretty good guy for the Midas Driving Trust, for sure.
No question about it. And I want this team to win, and I think they will. Got their first pole as an organization last year, Talladega Superspeedway. He's a little nervous right now, though.
Yeah, I'm sure all the crew chiefs are. You just don't know what's going to happen with the weather and if it's going to clear up or dry up or if it's going to rain even more. So we'll see what Mother Nature has in store for us here. But there's definitely some nervous crew chiefs, whether they pitted right there and hope it goes back green, or there's some nervous ones that if it does go back green. So we'll see.
Well, my meteorology skills were tested. I told you the radar had cleared to the west, and as soon as I said that, showers popped up back there, but they're about to push through again. I don't think it's unreasonable to think we won't go back racing.
You sure about that? Or you?
Am I waffling a bit?
You're
maybe?
waffling.
Well, you know, a weatherman, he's right half the time and still keeps his job. So
10 minutes ago, I was confident we were going to get to the end of stage 2. And we were going to make this race official. And then the pace of the rain picked up. And as you can see, they have once again pulled the cars down pit road. And we've been told they're going to send a couple of jet dryers out. But they feel like, based on the radar that you're seeing, Michael, and where this track is as far as how dry and how much moisture it's taken on, we're going to get this thing dried up pretty quick and be ready to go back to racing fairly soon.
I'm confident of that as well, Adam.
I just can't wait to see how the stage plays out. I mean, we're showing 3 to go. It's going to be 2, maybe a 1-lap shootout, and a handful of guys have pitted, and we said earlier 12 stayed out. So this could be very interesting.
Not only that, but what about when we go back to run that final stage? The whole running order is going to be mixed up. There's going to be guys that have been up front all day long that are now going to be stuck back in the pack, including the 18 car of Kyle Busch. What a lot of speed he showed in that stage after working on the car on pit road. I think he has everything he wants in that car, but he's going to lose track position.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes Kyle so good. You know, he was able to diagnose what his car needed there during that delay in the first stage, and they were able to get it better and take the lead and then hold it off throughout that whole run. So will be interesting to see where everything plays out. But I think the sun just started to shine, or maybe my screen just got a little bit lighter. Maybe the lights came on around here. I have no idea.
I just think
the lights are on.
I think it's your cheerful attitude, Ryan. You're just optimistic that the sun is going to come out and we're going to go back racing.
Yeah, just dial tone.
This is
no, you upped it here today.
Those skies look promising. Mm-hmm. The rain drops on the lens of the camera, not so much. Second red flag of the day. It's raining in Phoenix. Kyle Busch is your leader. There's Chris Rice. NASCAR Xfinity Series Racing is sponsored by Credit One Bank. You may already be pre-qualified. Visit us today. Rain once again in Phoenix. Second red flag of the afternoon. Kyle Busch leading. Daniel Hemrick, Cole Custer, Jamie McMurray, Ryan Truex the top 5. Justin Allgaier's 13th. He won stage 1 after starting on the pole, and 1 year ago rolled off from the 5th position. But they were so good on the long run, managed their day perfectly, and after leading 85 laps, it was driver 7 that went to victory lane. How's he feeling about back-to-back trips to winner's circle in the springtime? Let's hear from him, Ryan.
Well, I got this radio here. Let's see if we can reach Justin. Hey, Allgaier. Blaney up here in the booth. You got me?
Yeah, buddy. Loud and clear.
Well, you've done pretty good so far in stage 1 and 2. Come down and got tires right there. Hoping the racetrack dries up, but you look like you've had a really, really good car so far. You think we're going to get racing? I think it looks pretty good up here.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, just the drizzle that we've had has soaked the racetrack more than I think they thought it would, especially under caution there. Pit road obviously is pretty slick, but I think it was a great call by crew chief Jason Burdett there. We've had a fast brand professional agriculture Chevy all day, and at this point, we knew that it was either going to end this stage or be really close to it, and these guys were going to have to come down and get tires and fuel. So, for us right now, it's just a matter of managing what we've got if we do go back green, and if we stay yellow here until the end of the stage. Obviously, we're going to lose out on a little bit of the stage points, but I feel like we've got the catbird seat if that is the case, so we can go out there and hopefully run this last stage to the end and go to victory lane.
Well, I agree with you. I like that you guys pitted, and hopefully it goes green, and it looks like you guys will be in a really good spot. But we know the lights have come on. Track's gotten a little bit cooler. Have you noticed any changes in the racing surface since we've had some rain delays and it's gotten later in the day?
Yeah, I think the typical deal here, obviously with the Air Titans, it blows a lot of the rubber that's down out, so the track goes through a little bit of a transition every time they're out on the racetrack. But furthermore, as it gets cooler and as the sun starts to go down here, even though it hasn't been sunny all day, the track definitely gets faster. But you know as well as I do, Ryan, that you pick up a lot of front grip whenever that's the case. So we've been a little bit on the tight side, so we're hoping that that'll help our Camaro turn a little bit better and ultimately put us in the position that we need to for the race end.
All right, sounds good. Well, best luck to you down there. Hopefully we get racing soon.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Justin's crew chief, Jason Burdett, made the decision to bring him down pit road under that last caution. Also in that category is Christopher Bell, and calling the shots for him is Jason Ratcliffe. And when you look at him, just overall as a crew chief, one of the best minds in the garage, but in the Xfinity Series, he has delivered more than 30 times, getting his drivers to victory lane. Of course, the headline when it comes to his success has been Kyle Busch. They won 33 times together. I think it's 3 victories here at ISM Raceway. He's been impressive. Great to have him back in the Xfinity Series, Regan.
It is great to have him back in the Xfinity Series. And not only does he have those 3 Xfinity wins with Kyle Busch, let's not forget, last time we were here with the Cup cars, Jason Ratcliffe got a win with Matt Kenseth. I see you sitting here with your engineer looking over the radar and checking things out as close as you can. You made the decision to pit. What goes into making that decision when there's rain on the radar?
Well, it's tough now with the stage points. I mean, Christopher's done a nice job all day. The car's been really good. We haven't had to do a lot to it. It's tough to give up the points running third, but we feel like if we're going to win, looking at the radar, it looks like once that last storm passed or that last little rain shower, hopefully it's going to be clear for the rest of it. If it is, I think we're in a good spot.
Christopher has been very happy on the radio with his race car. Jamie?
Well, Chris Rice, we learned all about him just before the end of that, before the yellow flag came out. You looked up and saw yourself on camera. Ryan Truex is your driver, of course. You guys are 5th. Do you think you have anything? If we get going green, hopefully we will. Do you have anything for the 4 ahead of you?
No, we're really struggling with exit speed. The Bal Harbour Chevrolet it's been tough just trying to get to exit speed. We came back with a little bit different setup than we ran last year, but it's really cool to be in the Xfinity Series as long as I've been in it. And working with Ryan Truex has been wonderful. He nitpicks our cars to get death, and I like it. we just got to be ready for when we come back in the fall to try to make it to Homestead. So I don't think we have anything but a top 4. We're looking for top 10s right now.
Hey, he's been giving us a great view out of the front of that visor cam. We see what he's feeling. I'm sure that's helpful for you, but he also just had a good question. What was it?
Yeah, he wants to change his visor because this race is going so long and it's getting ready to be dark. And if you look at his visor, it's a tinted one, so he needs a clear one. And we're having a discussion now. Can we change it with the camera on it and stuff like that? Because it's a great view. The Leap Filter camera is awesome inside the car, and it's a wonderful view to have. But now we need to get his vision back, because he's got a handful with his race car right now.
Definitely, but we appreciate you guys doing that. It has been a great view on board, and hopefully we'll see more of it, Adam.
And we've seen that some of these drivers are changing visors. That's a 20 team. So it looks like Christopher Bell has already changed out to the clear visor. And you would think tinted visor is the way to go at ISM Raceway, the Valley of the Sun. Unfortunately, a pair of rain showers moving through today. We're under the red flag for the second time. You guys take a quick peek here at the monitor. We got some new nicknames. It's Adam Air Titan Alexander, Ryan Rainey, and Michael Waldrop.
I've been called that a few times anyway.
You've been called a lot worse in the last 10 minutes. You should take that as a compliment. I want to go inside the driver's mind, because you come into this race, it's only 200 laps. This place, just like a short track, it's a sprint. That's what history says about the Xfinity Series at ISM Raceway. Now we've been here for like 3 hours and still not even to halfway. So how do you get all that reset?
Yeah, well, it's starting to feel like the World 600, that's for sure. But it's hard to reset, when you get going and then you have a rain delay and, you got to work on your car. You got to figure out what the track's going to do to change. And then we have another one right before a stage in. And then that's a really tough call for the crew chiefs, whether they come in or stay out. And you see a lot of different teams doing different strategies. But as a driver, honestly, you just want to get racing. You hate breaks. Once you get in the car and you get in a zone and you get a feel for the race car and the racetrack, you just want to go. You don't want to keep stopping. So, but sometimes that's what you got to deal with. That's the sport we're in. But hopefully we get it going here soon. The track's starting to get pretty light. That means it's drying up, and hopefully we get back to green flag racing. That's what I was saying.
I think it's crazy the calls the crew chiefs made. I'm trying to get my arms around it, but it was raining with just a couple of 3 laps to go in the stage, and they pitted. If we go to the stage break, the race becomes official. That gamble paid off, though, because now we're red flagged. We're not to the stage break yet. We're going to go back green flag racing at some point, and the whole running order of this race is going to be mixed up. This is good for us. It's going to be great TV.
Sometimes I ask you guys questions that I really kind of know the answer to, and in this circumstance, I might say to you, given everything that's happened, who has the advantage? If I ask that question, I'm truly trying to get an answer, because I have absolutely no idea what's about to happen or why we have seen to this point what we have in fact seen. But what we do know is the track's going to get dry. We're going to go green once again, and it will be highly entertaining. So we started on Fox, moved over to FS1, and that has created a little bit of a shakeup in the programming lineup tonight. Monster Energy Supercross, that was scheduled on FS1, is coming up next on FS2, and we can only hope that we wrap up our business here eventually and get the bikes on FS1. Stay with us. We're live in Phoenix after a break. Thanks for hanging with us on a Saturday evening. Live in Avondale, Arizona, 20 miles west of Phoenix is ISM Raceway. Wrapping up our second red flag of the day for these Xfinity cars. We'll get back to it in a moment. First, let's check in with Regan Smith.
Well, speaking of hanging with us, Adam, I'm hanging off of the side of the 00 pit box of driver Cole Custer. Jeff Meendering, you guys chose to stay out right there. What was your thought process behind that strategy?
We're just trying to go for max points. Obviously, last year we missed the final round by 4 points, so kind of playing our strategy a little different this year, going to get everything we can, and hopefully we have this one-lap shootout. Those guys will get a heat cycle in their tires, and maybe it'll pay off for us at the end.
No team has had a more eventful day than these guys. From the back to the front to the back to the front, they hope to stay at the front this time. Jamie?
Mike Shiplett working with Jamie McMurray for the first time. Actually, your 5th different driver the last 6 races. And Mike, you told me yesterday you've been trying to get this guy in your car for a long time. What's it been like working with Jamie McMurray?
It's been great working with Jamie in the DC Solar Chevrolet. We've had to come, got a little roughed up on a restart, just got a little bit loose, had to come back through traffic. So we've got a good plan here going to this stage and see how NASCAR is going to play the restart on this stage. It sounds like we're going to be coming back to the green flag, so we're not going to have the opportunity to pit before this stage. So we're going to try to finish it under green for this stage. So it'll be pretty interesting here to see how this stage ends.
All right, Jamie McMurray, 4th right now, Adam. He hasn't been in this series in 5.5 years.
Well, he's won here, and over the years, when you see Jamie McMurray run in the Xfinity Series, he's typically a player, and with a team, as we've noted so many times, it's been hot not only in 2018, but dating back to 2017 when Mike Shiplett was able to get them to victory lane 5 times with 3 different drivers. So Mike indicated it there, and we've been reading about this. It sounds like NASCAR is going to try to get 1 lap in under the green flag before we end the stage. We're showing 3 to go right now, and these cars are sitting on pit road on the turn 4 end of the start-finish line. So they cross the start-finish line on the pit lane. At that point, they'd be given 1 to go. This is going to be very interesting and entertaining if they are, in fact, able to get 1 lap of green in before we end the stage.
How about we go down there and see what Brad's thinking? Brad Keselowski, it's Michael and Blaney up here in the booth. You copy?
Hey guys, listen, this is Joey. We actually switched channels, so if you go over to channel 2, I bet we would love to talk to you and Ryan Blaney.
Okay, Joey.
It's all the family here.
Well, up on top of the spotter stand, you're staying dry?
I'm staying very dry, as a matter of fact. We have a nice raincoat on. Little break going on during this event, but we're getting ready to go back green here shortly.
Let's just talk to Joey Meyer, spotter for Keselowski.
Hey, Brad, we were just chatting with Joey Meyer. He's got a raincoat on up on top of the roof spotting for you. It's Michael and Blaney. Do you copy?
That's buddy. How's it going up there? Is Ryan treating you okay?
Ryan is awesome. He's having the best time ever and really bringing a lot of insight to the booth here today. And we've enjoyed watching your battles today. It's been up and down. What do you think about your strategy now after that pit stop?
I think it's pretty good, Michael. I think we'll be in good shape as soon as this stage cycles through here in the next 2 or 3 laps. So we've got good speed with the Fitzgerald gliders forward. I just made that mistake on the restart, and then on pit road, I'm not very sure what happened. I thought it was really tight to the car in front of me, and I guess not get the speeding penalty, but we were able to have enough speed to drive back through here, and I think we're going to be in good shape for the final stage.
Yeah, Brad, it's Ryan up here. I did like the call, that Brian Melissa made to bring you down pit road, get tires on that thing, and you'll have I think a 1-lap shootout here for the end of this stage, and then it looks like you guys will be sitting really pretty for the last one. So that Fitzgerald Ford Mustang looks really good so far, and I know I got the pleasure of driving it a couple times last year, and you're definitely making me look bad in it today, coming from the back of the field to the front.
Well, I'm not trying to make it look bad. I mean, with hair like you got, man, nobody can make you look bad.
I appreciate that, man.
I tell you, Adam really took offense to that statement, didn't he? There's our man, Joey Meyer. He's not only a spotter, but a pilot as well. So I bet you he's got his arms around this weather.
Well, he's a media guy. We see him doing a lot with MRN Radio. So Joey, he can do it all. Regan, what do you have for us?
Well, I got Eric Phelps right now, Adam. You guys have had to crew chiefs have had to earn their keep today. You made some great adjustments early on to your race car. You got your driver up front, Kyle Busch, leading the race. You chose to stay out right there. What are you thinking right now?
I don't know. Kind of made our bed now. Everybody, all those guys that already pitted. I don't know what we're going to do. It looks like we're going to go
get one to go when we cross the start finish and come back to the green and run a lap to the end of this stage, which I'm not real sure about, but we'll see what happens. And then we're going to see what happens when that stage ends. We may stay out, we may pit. We haven't decided yet, but if we stay, then we might have an extra set of tires on everybody and see if we can get back up through there.
As I said, crew chiefs are having to really earn their money today. There was a great debate between Kyle and Eric on the radio. They both said at the end of it, hey, let's stay out and see what happens right here. Jamie?
And Danny Stockman earning his keep right now as well. Daniel Hemrick running second. So you guys did the same thing. You stayed out there. So what do you do when we go green?
Well, as Eric Phillips said, we made our bed. Kind of is what it is. This cell just keeps hanging over us, and you kind of don't know what to do, so you got to make a split-second decision, and you're always thinking stage points, so it kind of messes you up a little bit. But we're going to definitely lose some track position here. We're going to pit for 4 tires when it's open, and hopefully get this stage win right here. The car's been good all day. It's got to turn a little bit better, and we'll be fine. So.
Doing a good job, so they're going to look to pit once we get going again.
And the good news is, Jamie, it looks like the jet dryers are going home, so we should be rolling once again soon. Aerial coverage today provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. I mean, we've been talking to these crew chiefs and going through the strategy that they have had to manage. There are 12 drivers when we go green that stayed out at lap 85, and then that group behind them that'll be trying to get into the top 10 and gain some stage points here.
I think we need to get the latest on the weather. That seems to be the crew chief's challenges down there. What's this weather doing? Joey Meyer, it's Michael Waltrip again from the Fox booth. Do you copy?
Hey, Michael Waltrip from the Fox booth. You still got Ryan Blaney standing next to you?
I do. We're just wondering, you're a pilot, been in the air and dealt with weather your whole life. What do you think this system's going to do? Are we going to get back to green flag racing? Would you turn around when I'm talking to you?
Well, actually, as you were asking me, I didn't realize you were looking at me, but I'm looking over here to the west where all the rain's coming from, and it actually looks better now than it has during the entire event. So I'm very excited to get back racing. Race from lap 90 to lap 200, so we'll have 110 laps to go.
Okay, stand still when you're talking also because you're breaking up. One more thing. What's your favorite memory as a spotter? What's been your biggest victory, the most fun you've had?
Michael Waltrip, you and I, besides winning the Daytona 500 a couple times, that has to be the ecstatic call that I did with you down the backstretch at Rockingham.
Ah, what memories that was. Yeah, you really nailed that one, I'll tell you.
I was very excited. You knew exactly what was going on, didn't you?
All right, we'll turn the page, bring that 22 car home. I know Ryan's got his eye on it, and you guys got a fast car.
Yeah, man, Brad's doing a good job. Obviously made a small mistake getting to pit road, but we're getting ready to crank up in here, and they're going to try to give us one to go right away.
All right, bud, thanks for your time.
You should have told him good luck on the one to go, because this might be the most entertaining couple of laps we've seen in some time.
Yeah, the Rockingham call you're speaking of, Carl Long flipped down the back straightaway, and I was coming off turn 2, and Joey said, oh, wow, look at that. and I'm like, okay. But, I mean, you never see a car flip at Rockingham, so I certainly understood that.
Yeah, Joey's a great guy. He's been with Brad for a while, and like you said, he's his pilot as well, and he's been around the sport for a long time. He spotted for me when I just started racing trucks and Xfinity cars, and he's a great guy. And if I trust anybody with the weather, it'd be pilot and spotter and host of MRN, Joey Meyer.
Well, he certainly has his plate full, and the weather has always been a part of his world, so I'm glad we got to turn to Joey.
We had a red flag of 1 hour and 35 minutes at the end of stage 1. Almost completed stage 2. Rains came again. The red flag was displayed to the field, but now the caution is back out after 25 minutes of red. They did give them at the spotter stand here 1 to go as they cross the start-finish line on pit road. So I'm guessing here they're going to get out on the back straightaway, and I'd love to see them go green. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, so I think they're going to come off pit road and double up right away. So they're kind of going slow down pit road, trying to get everybody organized to when they can just double up right away. But everybody's, you're kind of putting a bad spot as a driver because you're working your tires in as hard as you can because they've been sitting, they've been getting wet, and you don't have a lot of time to kind of warm them up and get heat in your brakes. So it'll be a great shootout here for the end of stage 2.
And what about NASCAR working with the fans and us as their broadcast partners, getting this thing right back to green flag racing. One lap shootout. Kyle Busch on the pole, Hemrick right beside him. And then guys on differing agendas in the back, like you see the green car there of Keselowski. I mean, this is going to be good stuff.
And we've seen something, the leader's always taking the top today, and Kyle Busch has chosen to take the bottom. So we'll see how that plays out for him with Hemrick hanging on his outside.
First car on fresh tires, because some of these guys pitted under caution at lap 85. That's Brandon Jones. He'll restart in the 13th position. Busch, Hemrick, row 1. Row 2, Custer, McMurray. Then it's Ryan Truex and Spencer Gallagher. Our opening stage today went to Justin Allgaier, only the second time a series regular has won a stage in 2018. Hemrick trying to do the same here from that outside lane. 1 mile to end stage 2 at Phoenix. Custer digging in. Down below Hemrick for second as Busch jumps to the lead off of 2.
And Kyle Busch did exactly what he needed to do. He got clear of Hemrick before he got to 1 and was able to get a little bit of an arc into the corner for bring home a stage win, it looks like.
1 lap shootout to end our second stage. The winner is Kyle Busch. Hemrick hangs on to second. Cole Custer third. McMurray and Truex complete the top 5. Other drivers getting points. Spencer Gallagher, stage 1 winner Justin Allgaier 7th. Kaz Grala in the top 10. So is J.J. Yaley. And 10th, Christopher Bell as we end stage 2.
I think I'm just more surprised they all made it. I mean, that was some serious action back behind Kyle Busch. He was able to safely clear Hemrick and grab the stage win, but man, it was action-packed behind him.
Yeah, so now we were going to see, I think everyone come down pit road except for the people who just pitted a few laps ago, and that was big. You know, you want it to be the very first car of those who pitted, and so we'll see where that kind of turns up.
Kyle Busch has been so good at Phoenix over the years. Talked about it earlier. 9 poles, 10 career wins, both the best of all time. Well, you said we were able to make it through clean in that 1 lap shootout. Things did get heated a bit.
I mean, this was probably the most intense part of the battle. A lot of speed for Reddick. Dylan Lupton out on the older tires. Reddick got into the back end of them. And then watch how high he goes into the corner, but he made it work.
Pit road going to be open here, and the leader is Kyle Busch.
We can go to 140-ish. We kind of made our bed there. You know, those guys got tires. The 7 got back up to 7th. That's the first guy on tires. If you get a caution at 110, everybody can make it from there. So half of me thinks you stay here and take it and just try to save your a set of tires for the end of the thing.
Well, obviously, some discussions went on after that.
He changed his mind because they are going to pit. You see right of your screen, Justin Allgaier stays out. He had already gotten the tires. The rest of those guys coming down pit road here, Jamie.
And Jamie McMurray in the 42, just struggling, saying he's just so loose. They want to tighten him up a bit. There is that adjustment, the 21 of Daniel Hemrick. The car's been good. It took off better. Oh! And the tire changer slips in the back, but they make it around to the left side, Regan.
0-0. Cole Custer hits pit road. 4 tires and an air adjustment for him. He's just a little bit loose in. Kyle Busch, our leader's on pit road as well. He wants to calm down the right rear just a little bit more, but he liked the last adjustments. A good pit stop by these guys, and he's on his way.
Kyle Busch came in with the race lead. He's the quickest off of pit road. Cole Custer second. Then it's Hemrick, Spencer Gallagher, and the 42 of Jamie McMurray, followed by the 11 of Ryan Truex. Now, that's how they came off pit road, but not where they will be when we get the restart, because a number of drivers had already gotten service under that caution a handful of laps before stage 2 came to a close. The final stage, just over 100 laps to go when we come back to Phoenix. Just about ready to begin our final stage here at Phoenix. On this date, 1862, U.S. government issues the first paper money. A couple of years later, Ulysses S. Grant named commander of the Union Army. 1971, the Senate approves an amendment lowering the voting age to 18. And 16 years ago today, Tony Stewart gets a win en route to his first Monster Energy Series championship. We try to educate over here on the Fox family.
It's good. I didn't go to college, so that knowledge is really nice for me.
I basically didn't either,
I bet you're really glad they invented that paper money thing, Ryan, back when they did, because you've probably got a lot of it.
I wouldn't say. It's all digital nowadays anyway. But we have a restart here.
Lead goes back to Justin Allgaier, outside lane. Inside of him is Christopher Bell, and Kyle Busch going to restart 14th. Fresh tires for him.
I think we're going to see some 3-wide action here on the backstretch. Brad Keselowski going down.
You can see a lot of drivers heading that way.
Tyler Reddick with an impressive move off of 2. Powers around Christopher Bell to second. 3 wide there off of 4.
Yeah, Ty Dillon got really loose underneath Christopher Bell there through 3 and 4. Gave up a spot to Brad.
Okay, we're not surprised that Justin Allgaier is leading this race and has a stage win, won a pole earlier today in qualifying. But how about his teammate, rookie Tyler Reddick, crashes in qualifying, backup car starts at the rear, 0 laps on that machine. Oh, he's up in second, right where he needs to be to do something special.
Yeah, that just shows the strength of that Junior Motorsports team. And, Tyler Reddick is fairly new to these Xfinity cars. And, for them to go out and get a backup car ready that's never seen a lap before the race, that's really impressive. And, that's a huge props to the team and Tyler for getting ready.
This is the guy they better keep their eye on. I know Kyle Busch is going to be charging from the back as well on his fresh tires, but early in the race, Brad Keselowski had everyone's number. He was able to get around Bell and move up.
Kyle Busch, 14th to 9th on those fresh tires, and wasting no time and moving Austin Cindric out of the way in the process.
Right on your fine. By 1.
It's just a difference of speed there, right, Ryan?
Yeah, big difference in speed, and two things connect there. But Kyle's on a little bit newer tires, and he's been one of the faster cars all day. So I think that was just a little miscommunication, but you never know.
You know what I think's interesting, Adam, and Ryan, you can expand on this. These guys right now, they want to take care of these tires a bit. Wouldn't you agree? You don't want to go charging off the track and going 3 and 4 wide, because it's a long way from here to the finish, and you need to preserve what you have.
Yeah, you do. I feel like, but at the same time, you have to try to get as many positions as you can, especially if you're Kyle Busch, who started a little bit further back on this restart, and then maybe you can take it a little bit easy on your tires. So the cars up front, the 7 and the 22, maybe they can relax a little bit here, but Kyle's got to go. He's got to try to get back up towards the front, for a restart if we get one later on in this race.
McMurray, one of those drivers, pitted lap 92. He's on the move. So is the 00 of Cole Custer. Kyle Busch picked up another position. He is 8th. So Brad Keselowski get to 2nd around Tyler Reddick. Custer's had to pass a lot of cars today. The issue in qualifying, had to start at the rear, worked his way up into the top 10, then made the pit stop at lap 85, and he's gaining on him once again.
It's something we were talking about, the track cooling way off and things like that. And I'm looking at our monitors. Justin Allgaier just ran his fastest lap. Brad Keselowski just ran his fastest lap. There's about 7 or 8 of the top 10 that just ran their fastest lap 1 or 2 laps ago, and it just shows you how fast the racetrack is getting, and that's just with it cooling off.
And I said Custer pitted at lap 85. He was one of those that came at lap 92. That's why he's outside the top 10 as you look at Matt Tifft going inside of Tyler Reddick here.
What an impressive run for Tifft. He's been good all day long. Dollar Shave Club 500 car. They've got 500 businesses represented on that car, and he's charging for those guys. I like that turn 3 and 4, Adam. I like how these drivers are able to run down off the track onto the apron. And when you do that transition, Ryan, does it upset the car, or is it pretty smooth to do that?
It doesn't really upset the car. It's really rough on the parts, on the noses, side skirts, splitter, but it never really upsets the race car. You don't really get loose or anything like that. But it's just really rough to do. And maybe kind of the first lane down there right under the yellow line isn't bad, but it's when you cross that dotted line and then even below that is when it gets really rough when you're trying to come back onto the racetrack.
Now the top 10 run for Brandon Jones, trying to get around Daniel Hemrick, and Hemrick now up to 8th. On board with Cindric as McMurray tries to go by and get back to the top 10. This has been a good little battle for a couple of laps.
Been making me nervous. I can see trying to squeeze into turn 3 wide, which they're going to do here. But that turn 1 is tight, and they've done it a couple of times like that.
Jamie was in the he did something really smart there. He backed off because he was in the middle, and then he tried to get back to the gas and try to still shoot the middle. It didn't really work out for him, but now it looks like he has some position to the inside there.
Fresher tires. Kyle Busch 14th to 6th now on the restart. And the top 5, all those guys in front of him, made a pit stop at lap 85. So Busch, in theory, should be able to get by them. You were talking about strategy, Michael. All of these drivers are going to have to pit one more time, and they should have one set of tires left. They had 3 on the ground in the pit area when this race began.
Ty Dillon's had a bit of a rough go of it. We've seen him get loose in traffic back there. Bounced back to the 9th position here, racing alongside Brandon Jones. Jones looks like he's going to have the preferred line down on the bottom, but Ty's hanging tough up top.
Watch the 3 of Ty Dillon. His teammate, 21, Daniel Hemrick.
Wow, that was some tight racing. Great save by Ty, and that's one of the positions to where, as a spotter, not a lot of people know this. As spotters, they're down in the middle of 1 and 2. So getting into turn 3 is the hardest place to spot here because you don't really know if that car is to the inside or not. And Ty thought he was clear, and Daniel thought otherwise, and they just made contact.
And this is a tough place to pass. So at what point in the run do you start getting aggressive and being physical so you can pick up some positions?
Now. As soon as you can. You have to take all the spots you can right away. But that's just hard racing. It wasn't intentional by Daniel's part on anybody. Just everyone going for the same real estate.
There we see a car dipping below that line, racing. Look at this battle. Elliott Sadler's on the move, Adam. Into the top 10.
Off the pace, the 40 of Chad Fincham. He'll get back to pit road. Will stay under green. You mentioned Elliott Sadler. Good start to the year for him. Comes in tied for the regular season championship lead after claiming that title 1 year ago. 3 races, 3 top 5s. Had to start at the back today after an engine problem yesterday in practice, but he's hanging tough. Was in the top 10. Going to go to 11th. Cole Custer, fresher tires. Trying to put himself into that 10th spot.
Yeah, we saw this 40 car slow here, trying to get in the 3. Oh, and Brandon Jones did an amazing job of missing the 40 of Chad Fincham right there. Fincham's just trying to get off the racetrack, and that was a close call.
Can you tell me and Ryan have hit guys before? Every time something like that happens, we lose our stuff up here.
I was afraid Ryan was going to throw his back out with the move he made. Allgaier leading, Keselowski closing in, 88 laps to go.
You got 18 car lengths on him. You run at 32, he's running 24. Copy. I'm just saving tires right here. Just keep doing it because nobody behind him is coming.
What about Justin Allgaier, Jamie?
His car's been pretty decent today. Tight through the middle, Adam, but right now it's good. And you heard him say, I'm just trying to save tires. Well, you guys mentioned it. There's one set of sticker tires ready for the last pit stop, but just in case they're in a scenario where they need to get some tires, maybe they cut a tire. Well, this is Daniel Hemrick's crew. They just glued up lug nuts on this set of tires. This was the set that came off of his car on the last stop. They're still hot. So definitely use tires. They don't want to have to go to this option, but only one set left.
Thank you, Jamie. That's great information. And Larry, that takes me to last year in this event at Phoenix. Stages were 60-60, and then the final stage was 80 laps. This year, 45, 45, and 110. It changes the way you manage your day. So if we stay green, when as a crew chief are you thinking about making that final pit stop?
Well, Adam, you do not want to make a green flag pit stop here unless you're just forced to, because with the pit stops now, you're going to go a couple of laps down possibly. But you heard Eric Phillips tell Kyle Busch when the window would open. The window is basically open now at lap 115 with 85 to go. But when I look at the drivers that stayed out under that last caution, which would include Justin Allgaier here in the 7 car, Christopher Bell, they're going to have to make a green flag stop. Should we stay caution-free somewhere around lap 175 to 180, and then everyone that pitted under that last caution, they're still going to have to stop somewhere between 185 and 90, and I'm sure if we get to that point, it'll just be for a splash of fuel.
The other thing we got to think about, if you get a long green flag run, use a lot of brakes here. Brake heat, melting a bead. We've seen it many times at Phoenix because you can just crush that right front tire.
Yeah, you can, and the track is really fast, so you're putting more load on that right front tire. And I've been watching, you can see a little bit of, brakes glowing when they get down into turn 3. Usually not the top 6 or 7 because they're not using any brakes. Their cars are handling really good. But you get back in the pack, there's cars using a lot of brakes to try to get stopped and wool your car down in there. So you never know if we get a long green flag run. We haven't really had one today. On a fairly green racetrack, too, that usually is a case for tire problems if we have any.
And Ryan, this is the first race of the year that we've used any significant brakes getting into the corners. We've been on the big, faster track, so drivers timing and just respecting getting those front tires too hot by using the brakes is something these guys have to get adjusted to.
Yeah, you're off for 3 months, and then you're trying to figure out, you go back to this place that's a super fast, kind of short track, and you have to be conservative with your brakes and be mindful of tire wear and everything like that.
81, soon to be 80 laps to go. Justin Allgaier in command. He leads Brad Keselowski, Christopher Bell, Kyle Busch, and Matt Tifft. .75 laps to go. NASCAR Xfinity Series live in the desert. Our progressive race summary, this 200 lap event. Justin Allgaier leading. 7 lead changes today among 4 different drivers. 25 cars on the lead lap. That's a big number when you consider how deep in this race we are. 6 cautions and 2 red flags for rain. But we have completed stage 2. If we would get more precipitation, this race would be official, and our first long green flag run of the day has brought about some shifting. On board with Ryan Truex.
Yeah, we've seen Ryan start to do this here the last maybe 10 laps or so, and he started it when he was trying to pass Austin Cindric, trying to get that run. And we've noticed, we talked to him earlier today, he's been struggling with the turn of that car on exit. So that helps it a little bit when you downshift. You know, the RPM brake a little bit kind of helps you turn, and then if you're going slower, shifting in third helps you kind of squirt off the corner a little bit. So we've seen him start to do it, and the visor cam just gives us such a cool view of it.
And we talked about brake heat on these long runs, Ryan. Does that help him at all with saving his brakes by shifting?
Not really. At these places like Phoenix and let's say Pocono, where we shift as well, you're not shifting getting down into the corner. You're almost shifting right before you get back to the throttle. So you're off the brakes and ready to go back to the gas when you knock it down into third gear. So that would not really help. You could shift getting in the corner, but I don't think it's the way to do it. You can see he waits super long. He's off the brakes here, downshifts, and now he's back wide open. And that part is just helping get off the corner, not really with brake pressure.
That's just a beautiful shot and a great explanation of exactly the mentality of the driver and why he shifts down into that lower gear.
Let's give a little reset here as we come up on 70 laps to go. Justin Allgaier leading. He's been out front for 64 laps today. If you're just joining us, he started on the pole earlier this afternoon and did win stage 1. Second right now to Brad Keselowski. He had a speeding penalty. Has been able to rally back, get to the front of the field. Second, a half a second behind Justin Allgaier. Third right now, Christopher Bell. He's been so good early in 2018. Back-to-back finishes on the podium, and he's in position once again. And fourth, his teammate, Kyle Busch, who restarted outside the top 10 after taking tires at lap 92, but they are in good position in the top 5. Regan?
Well, they are in good position, Adam, but Kyle just radioed into crew chief Eric Phillips and said you may want to think about splitting this segment in half. So as Larry mentioned, crew chiefs and drivers alike are already starting to think about ways that maybe they can leapfrog their way forward and make up some of this track time.
That would also be an indication that they feel like we're going to have a long green flag run here. Next up in the top 5, Daniel Hemrick. He's on the same strategy, pitting at lap 92 as Kyle Busch. Right behind him, his teammate, Matt Tifft, looking for his first top 10 finish of 2018. Made the move in the offseason from Joe Gibbs Racing to Richard Childress Racing, and I don't think he's satisfied with 6th. He wants to be in the top 5. The 2-car getting aggressive. Just behind him, Jamie McMurray, 12 seconds off the lead, making his first Xfinity start in 5 years. Goes around the lap machine of BJ McLeod. Rounding out the top 10, Cole Custer started at the back, worked his way up inside the top 10. Currently 8th for the driver out of California. Reddick started at the tail in a backup car. He is 9th in the 9, and he's got company for Brandon Jones, who's looking for his 3rd top 10 finish in 4 races so far in 2018.
Look at those 2 distinctively different lines. It looks like Reddick maybe tried the high side and Brandon Jones down on the bottom, and looks like it was about a wash there. So there is room to move around on this racetrack. I just think Brandon Jones might have a little bit better car right now.
Yeah, his maturity in his 3rd year full-time is starting to shine through, because he's had a good portion of the day where he's back 12th, 13th. He's just hanging on and letting it come to him. That's what you have to do. Get the finish that your car is capable of, right, Ryan?
Yeah, it's just all about putting in the work throughout the day. And, when you're young in a series, you're just always, go, go, go. And sometimes you can get caught up in not really trying to make your car better, but just trying to make yourself go faster, and it's really 2 parts, and I think that just comes with experience, and Brandon's done a really good job of learning what he needs in these race cars as the race goes on, and I think his transition to the Gibbs organization is going to really help him out too. Maybe he'll mend over there a little bit better, but he's having a great battle. It's about to bring Elliott Sadler into the mix, but he's been doing a great job today.
I think that was a great shot of Adam of why these drivers love ISM Raceway so much. There's just so many different grooves to run in.
Back to the 1 halfback.
You can see he lost some aerodynamic downforce down on the bottom and then lost momentum. It's going to open the door for Elliott Sadler.
Sadler looking for a top 10 finish. teammates battling here. We said Matt Tifft not satisfied with 6th in the running order. He takes 5th away from Daniel Hemric.
Yeah, Matt Tifft has been great all day. Seems like they really made his car better in this stage. You know, he's kind of been creeping towards the front, just like Brandon Jones, just making their cars better and better each run.
Jamie talked to him under the red flag. He has gotten better and better. 19th, 12th, 11th in the first 3 races, and a real opportunity to capitalize today.
And you know what I think, Adam? This is a day where that team starts to think, we can race for a championship. We can win this championship this year, and that is so cool for a young driver to prove to his new team that he's got what it takes behind the wheel to get the job done. Matt Tifft is doing that today.
So early in the race, I said the 22 team really liked their long run car, and it seems like it's finally coming into Brad's hands really well. He's closed up on Justin Allgaier, but another car I want to point out that's really fast is Christopher Bell in 3rd. He's been really closing the gap a lot. I've been watching his times up here, and it's going to be a really great battle, especially since they're going to run into a few lap cars here.
Keselowski was 3 seconds back. Then it was 2. Then it was 1. A half second. 3/10 of a second now, separating Allgaier in the lead and Brad Keselowski in second. Back from break, just in time, Brad Keselowski, P1. You said he was on the move. He takes the top spot away from Justin Allgaier, 58 laps to go.
Yeah, he's been looking really strong here. His lap times have been great. They hit some traffic, and Brad really took advantage of that, and I think he's going to drive away here from the 7, but Justin might be able to hang in there, and like I said, Christopher Bell just keeps creeping into the picture.
We've heard some teams talking about splitting the difference on this final run, Larry. 57 to go. If you're going to do that, we got to be getting close to taking advantage coming down under green. What do you think?
Yeah, Adam, I'm not going to say that's a good call or a bad call. All I can lay is the elements. We went back racing with 104 laps to go, so if you split that down to 52 laps a run, we're about 5 laps away from that. Now, 2 or 3 things that could go along with that. You're going to be picking up about a second a lap with those fresh tires, what I'm seeing in the fall off right now. You guys talked about it. This is a very long green flag run. We could have someone flirting with maybe getting close to cooking the beat of a tire. The other thing that could happen, if you do come and other drivers and teams see it, you may start an epidemic. But I think you're going to see some drivers run this run out until you absolutely have to come for fuel.
17 on the lead lap. Where does that factor in your strategy at this stage?
Yeah, I don't know if I factor that in. Yeah, I just don't know. You know, it's going to be, we've heard the term, we made our bed, we lay in it a couple of times a day. That's going to be the situation. If you do it, you are sitting on pins and needles saying the thing I cannot have happen is a caution come out. That would absolutely destroy the strategy this late in the race.
Good day for Junior Motorsports. Justin Allgaier, all those laps led. Tyler Reddick, Elliott Sadler from the back. Both are now running in the top 10. And on board with Ryan Truex. He, Ryan Reed, Ty Dillon, they've been going at it for a while.
They certainly have, and I'm just impressed with Truex because we saw early in the race, Ryan, he was really loose on exit, turning that car hard back to the right. Now he's shifted in the corners. I think Chris Rice and the boys have made that car handle better for him.
They have. He's been, we saw him starting to shift through 1 and 2 there 20 laps ago or so, and now he actually shifted down into the third through 3 and 4, which is really rare. You'll never really do that. So I think he's found a little bit of something. He's been making his way up. He's passing some cars, and yes, it does seem like that they've made that car better. But I think him shifting inside the race car is something that Ryan's been able to do to get that thing where it needs to be.
Heck, he likes it. He's doing it in both ends.
Yep.
We talked to Larry McReynolds, said about cooking a bead of a tire. This is an example of how hot these things get down in the corner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jamie's using a lot of brake to try to get down into 3, and you'll start to see that more and more as the run goes on. Your tires are wearing out. Your brakes aren't as good. You need to use more brakes. So that isn't too bad right now. If they really start to glow bright red, it might be a problem. But Jamie seems to still be going forward, so it can't be too bad for him.
Larson won last week in the 42. Jamie here today. Next week, John Hunter Nemechek getting his second career start at Auto Club Speedway. McMurray back in at Texas before Nemechek gets a nice run on all those Dash for Cash races. On board with Cindric. Back there in the 16th position, trying to hold off rookie Kaz Grala. And don't look now, Brad Keselowski, but Allgaier said, I'm going to reel you right back in. Play your game a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, Justin didn't really going away. Brad was able to pass him there, and the 7 was able to stay with him, and Christopher's coming as well. So it's about to be a great 3-car battle for the lead, while at the same time you're trying to figure out when you're going to pit. But I like Larry Mack's idea of staying and running as long as you can, just in case the caution comes out. Because if you pit now on the green, you're going to go a lap down. If the caution comes out because someone blows a tire or whatever, your day's pretty much done. So I think you run this long and then see how it works out for you.
Ryan, we know how good Brad is, and Justin's proven to be one of the best at this track. How do you describe the talent that Christopher Bell has behind the wheel? He showed up from the beginning, and he just gets it.
He does. He's been a great racer in anything he's gotten in, whether it's NASCAR, sprint cars, dirt midgets. He's been so good. I remember I raced with him in a dirt midget at where they run the Chili Bowl, and he was amazing, and that was 6 or 7 years ago, and it's cool to see him running great NASCAR.
Ty Dillon on pit road. Did they have a problem, Jamie, or is this their strategy? Split the difference, make a pit stop now.
This is their strategy. They are splitting it, but you saw they were trying to get the wrench in the rear windshield to make a wedge adjustment. Had a hard time there. A little gas comes out. His car hasn't been great. 4-tire stop, track bar. They went up a little bit, added a little bit tape on the nose. Says he's hopping into the entry of the corner, so they need it to be a little bit better, and we have a side-by-side battle.
That's for second. We said that Christopher Bell was making his move to the front. He is now in the runner-up position inside of Justin Allgaier, and lap traffic starting to play a role for these drivers trying to get the race lead.
Yeah, Kaz Grala is running 15th. He's the latest to go a lap down in that 24 car. Great job by that young rookie racer, and you can see how the role that traffic plays there. Bell lost his momentum, and Allgaier was able to charge right back up. But Christopher's going to clear both Allgaier and Kaz Grala and head out after Brad Keselowski, and I think he's got the speed to get there. Whoa!
I sure think he does. That's a close call with Grala there with the wall, but I think he does. He's run the top 2 down from 3 seconds back. And he's had a great long-run car all day. You watch his times, and he's consistently in clean air a 1/10 to 2/10 faster than the 22 car. But it's really all about how you get by traffic. There's so many cars in front of Brad right now that are on the lead lap that want to stay on the lead lap. You don't want to go a lap down this late in the race, so we'll see.
We talked to Joey Meyer earlier, spotter for Brad Keselowski. How hard is he working now, negotiating with these cars in front of him, saying, stay out of our way, we want to get by and maintain the lead? Will they work with him at all?
Not if you're on the lead lap.
Yep.
Like I said, it's so late in the race, you don't want to go a lap down now because your race is done. It's not done, but you can get the lucky dog and do a wave around, but you just don't want to do that. But it's almost worse for the leader because the cars don't want to get out of your way, and for second they might give way a little bit, but Brad does a great job of maneuvering traffic, and Joey Meyer definitely keeps an eye on him.
They lap around Spencer Gallagher there in the 23 car. We saw some brake heat out of that machine, so I think these crews are thinking a caution is coming, possibly the longest run of the day. Will somebody make a mistake and overuse their brakes?
Ty Dillon made that pit stop. It was a strategy move for them to come early, but we see what happens if it doesn't. We don't get a caution flag. He's 25th, 2 laps down. So you certainly hope if you're that group that you get the caution and everything, or you don't get the caution and everything cycles through, because pitting under green can be very, very difficult here.
You know, and Ty was in a spot where he was running 11th or 12th, you know, so he wasn't close enough to the front of the field to stay out. They had to try something to go try to win this race. So their hope is it stays green right now, and those new tires will give him enough of an advantage here for, you know, the next 43 laps to maybe make up a bunch of time and try to leapfrog everybody else if it stays green and everyone has to pit.
Look at that 00 car. He's really found some speed here lately. And I would guess, Ryan, if your car was loose on the initial run, the further you go with that brake temperature heating up those front tires, the car will probably tighten up for you as you go through a run. Would you say that's fair?
It does. You know, your car tends to, well, here you tend to get looser getting in the corner, tighter in the middle, and kind of looser on exit. So your car goes through a huge change over the course of this long run. You know, it might not be as exaggerated as, you know, in the hot slick of the sun, but your car will go through those changes, and it's about how, you know, you can maneuver your race car and set it up for the best long run speed. And it looks like, you know, the 22 and the 20 have the best long run speed right now.
And I think the 00 of Custer is starting to like his car on the longer run, moving up around Hemrick there into the 7th spot.
40 laps to go. Brad Keselowski leads. Now a quick word from Duracell.
Is
gotten around Justin Allgaier for second, and he's right in Brad Keselowski's hip pocket.
Yeah, that's a miracle of the 20 car for Brad. And you saw Christopher take a different line. Oh, you see some contact there between the two as Brad got stopped up behind the lap car. Christopher went to the second and a half lane over in 3 and 4, trying to get some air on his nose.
Wouldn't you say that's his dirt track experience? I mean, I know you've raced in dirt. When the grip goes away, you just move around,
yeah,
right?
He was looking for the cushion over there, and I don't know if he found it or not, but he's always looking for it. You know, he's like a Kyle Larson. He just goes anywhere that he can try to find some grip.
You've got another taker, Jamie.
And Daniel Hemrick in the 21 making an adjustment as well to his car, trying to stay ahead of it. Last set of sticker tires on this 21, Adam.
Yeah, we said his teammate, Ty Dillon, who made that pit stop, dropped from 11th, 12th, back to 24th. He's 2 laps down. Austin Cindric also made a pit stop. Now Daniel Hemrick. So we'll keep an eye on those guys. Oh, and look at this.
That is
Ryan
a great shot.
Truex getting off of turn 4 onto pit road. Oh, my.
And I think we got a battle for the lead here. Brad kind of got stopped up behind some lap cars and allowed Christopher to get a great run. And Brad is trying to pitch it middle 3 wide, and he seemed to make it work.
3 wide middle, 3 wide middle, 3 wide middle, clear high, still inside.
That's Joey Meyer. He sounded more calm than I bet you Brad was right there. That heart was racing after going 3 wide down the back.
Truex makes his pit stop. They got around Brandon Jones to put him a lap down, and they continue side by side for the lead. The 16 of Ryan Reed is 9th place right now, just in front of him. There he goes. Christopher Bell, all clear, new race leader. 36 laps to go as green flag pit stops continue. All 3 RCR cars have made a visit.
Christopher's car is really turning great. You saw him grab the apron down in 3 and 4, really be able to turn. His car looks kind of loose off the corner, and Brad looks a little tight right now. So long runs, that's what you want. You want the front end to turn, and you can see him really grab this yellow line and be able to follow it, which is really huge for passing cars.
Pit stop for Brandon Jones, Jamie.
Doing a really nice job in this race. They've been working on this car, making it better. He avoided disaster earlier, saying the car's just a little bit too loose. That's what they've been working on with the 19. They'll put his last set of sticker tires on.
Ryan Reed 9th, trying to stay on the lead lap. He's the last car there, and we'll see what role he plays and who has the number 1 position. Christopher Bell in the 20. The 22 is Brad Keselowski. The 7 is Justin Allgaier, and Allgaier's teammate, Elliott Sadler, making a pit stop, Regan.
Elliott Sadler pits from 11th position. He needs 4 tires, an air pressure adjustment. He wants right rear grip for the short run at the end of the race right here, as we see a little slow getting the right side tires on. Drop the jack, and he'll be away in a second.
How much does the good of this tire help for these guys that are pitting early if it stays green and everything cycles through?
Oh, it helps a lot. You know, you're going to be a good bit faster. You know, there's some cars that are trying to cycle right now. So the leaders are running 28.6s to 29s right now, and it helps a lot. You'll be at least half a second faster. It just kind of depends how close to the front you are.
McMurray in from 5th, Jamie.
Loose off has been his complaint today. Just not a lot of security in the rear end of this car. First time driving this car. He hasn't been in this series in about 5 years. It's a good stop. The last one for Jamie McMurray.
And the leaders on pit road, Regan.
Yeah, we've got the leaders on pit road here. The 20 of Christopher Bell is coming down to his pit stall. He's tight through the center still and loose on entry. Needs an adjustment for that. But as he's told us all day, he has a very good long run car. Brad Keselowski hits his pit box. Tight in the center as well. He was okay with that, but needs it to be a little bit better for the short run right here.
The main thing here, Regan, is just no mistakes. I know these drivers want to push that pit road speed as close as they can, but we can't afford a mistake this late in the race.
Yeah, there's a race off pit road. It looks like Brad is just going to edge him. That's might be the race for the win right here. They're side by side going through the dog leg.
It's all cycled through to Tyler Reddick in the top spot, but he'll have to pit, and here they are racing for what will likely be the #1 position with just over 30 laps to go.
Bell have a tendency to get loose down there. He's barely hanging on.
These are two drivers going at it right now. So Brad got the lead back, and now it's all about who can run the best 31 laps. Whose car is the best in 31 laps. So I don't know who's it going to be. They might have made some great changes to both cars, but Brad's been pretty good short run. Bell needs a really long run, it seems like, to get going, but you never know. They could have short-filled it, pumped the tires up a little bit just to try to get them going.
On track, Brad Keselowski scored 4th. Christopher Bell is 5th. They're 10 seconds behind race leader Tyler Reddick. Second is Kaz Grala. Ross Chastain is 3rd. But they are all going to have to make a pit stop. And I would say at this point for them, you stay outright as long as you can and hopefully get a caution, get some fresh tires under the yellow.
Yeah, you've figured out your plan. You've made your bed. And Tyler Reddick, starting from the rear all the way to the front, they had to use strategy, Adam. And their time to come to pit road is now. And that's where the 9 car is.
Reddick making a pit stop. You said it, Michael. Started at the back in a backup car after an incident in qualifying earlier today. But the rookie has been impressive for Junior Motorsports, and that puts another rookie, Kaz Grala, in the lead. What's happening with Reddick, Regan?
Well, he hits pit road, and they've worked hard on this car today, Adam, taking Packer out and really having to adjust it. A very nice job with the backup car. They get around to the left side tires. He's just a little too tight for the short run right now. They're going to send him on his way.
Give a call out to Grala. That team has done a nice job of putting themselves in a position to get a great finish here. Short-handed on cars and equipment when they started the season has been Grala, but Shane Wilson's just done an amazing job of tuning these cars up and giving young Kaz a good ride, and he's taken advantage of it.
Great for him to get some face time at the front. Great for Ross Chastain of the 4, who's currently scored 2nd, but won't stay there long. Brad Keselowski, fresher tires, faster car, eating him up. BK back to P2 and closing on Elliott Sadler.
And you know what Grala wants here? He wants a caution now. You know, so he's the leader. So if he gets a caution now, he can come to pit road. Won't be a lap down, and at worst he'll restart, 12th. So he's just trying to get track position. This kind of was a track position play, and we'll see. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what cars come to life here at the final stages of this race.
Well, in the short haul, you got to give Brad the advantage over Christopher. He's been able to drive away from him. But what does that mean? 10, 15, 20? We still got 26 laps to go. These cars will go through a transition. They will change in the handling over those laps.
They will. That's a long time. I think we got tires with 30 to go, and that's still a pretty long run, and people can still move around. The track is constantly changing, cooling off, so it's a big testament to these drivers to tell their crew chiefs what they need for a short run like this. You kind of want to throw the whole second half of that previous run out the window just because you're not going to go through that change. It's all about short run here.
And that battle right behind Brad, that's for the free pass. Elliott Sadler's racing Ty Dillon to get back on the lead lap should that caution come out. So a big position here for Elliott. He wants to make sure he's in a spot to get back on the lead lap.
And left of our screen, you might have noticed Ross Chastain dropping from 2nd he made a pit stop. You saw that taking place graphically in our Fox box. So Brad Keselowski in the runner-up position. Just under 2 seconds behind. There's Bell.
Yeah, Christopher Luce. And I'll tell you who's the fastest car right now is Justin Allgaier. He's been able to chop in to that lead, get by Christopher Bell. You said it, Michael. Christopher Bell is hanging on loose right now. We'll see what Justin can reel down the 22 car. He's not too far behind him.
Yeah, he's about a second and a half back, just over that maybe, with 23 laps to go. Lots of time, and of course you got to manage that lap traffic. That's going to be a big factor.
How frustrating is it for young Bell? He had driven down our leader, ran him down and took the lead, made a pit stop, and now his car just isn't handling like he needs it to.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. I was almost in the same spot as Christopher in the both races here last year. I had a great long run car, and we got a couple restarts at the end of the race, and I ended up losing the race because I was too loose. So I can feel his pain, but you know, you can't hold your head about that. He's had a great car, and you never know, we can get a restart and he can get another shot at this thing.
How about this, a speeding penalty? He had to fight through this cycle of green flag pit stops, but speed equals success. Brad Keselowski able to get around Kaz Grala, who's playing the strategy, the 22 back in front. Allgaier is third and about a second behind Grala in that runner-up position.
Grala's got to be running low on fuel too. He stretched this out about as far as it's going to go, I think.
Made his last stop at lap 92. We did have some caution laps there before we went back green, but I can't imagine there's any way that he can stretch it.
Yeah, I think he's going to come to pit road this time. Actually.
Yeah, we did get a report.
Slowing down. I wasn't going to say we got a report. I was going to say I was magic and I did the math in my head, but you gave me away.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I spoke too soon. So Grala going to make his stop, and despite the fact that this will cycle him out of the top 10, you got to give an attaboy to he and Shane Wilson for putting themselves in position to lead laps here today. Most laps led by Justin Allgaier, 76 out front for driver 7, the defending race winner, but he finds himself in second place with 20 to go. Brad Keselowski trying to win for the second time in his career at ISM Raceway.
I took row 2 against Larry McReynolds in the pre-race show. That was Cole Custer and Christopher Bell, and I gave him the field. And when Bell drove up there and took the lead, I was feeling pretty good about my row. But man, Brad Keselowski has experienced the team's knowledge about what he needed on that last pit stop, and Christopher just a little bit too loose. I mean, I guarantee you over the next 10 laps, that car will become the fastest car on the track because of the freeness on the new tires, but it's probably going to be too little too late unless we get that late caution you talked about.
Yeah, you never know. It could be unpredictable, and we could get a caution, and his car might tighten up by that time. But we saw it the first 5 or so laps. He was sideways hanging onto that car. That's what made him so good in the long run, especially when it's so cool like this. The racetrack has really no temp in it. You want to be as loose as you can taking off, just because it'll keep your turn in your car and you can stay to the bottom and make moves under race cars. But in the short run, they might have just overdid it a little bit.
Brad driving the 22 car for the first time in 2018. Had a lot of speed with Joey Logano at Daytona. They were involved in an accident. Logano fast again at Atlanta Motor Speedway, a runner-up to Kevin Harvick, who was so strong at AMS a couple of weeks ago. You were good last week. Didn't have exactly what it took, but certainly showed speed in the Double Deuce at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And here today, the team that won the Owners' Championship in 2017, trying to get to victory lane for the first time in 2018. It'll be 15 laps to go when he comes back to the start-finish line.
How about this charge? Talked about cars that are coming alive late. Kyle Busch has driven on the back bumper of teammate Christopher Bell, and Bell has caught Allgaier, so great, or he had caught him. He slipped back a bit. Great battle here for the top 4 spots.
And Kyle's gotten his car really good this last round. He's been probably the fastest one on a lot of these laps, and now he's going to slow down a little bit trying to pass Bell, but they got his car. He's come from a long way back, actually. He was a lot further back than this before that green flag stop, and he seems to be charging towards the end of this race.
Yeah, he was close to 5 seconds behind the lead when that cycle of green flag stops began, Kyle Busch, and here he is 2.7 seconds in arrears of Brad Keselowski in the 4th position as they work around the 74 of Mike Harmon.
Whoa, high on the racetrack went Bell and had to come off the gas exiting turn 2, and that opened the door for Kyle.
Bell's a competitor. He's going to be frustrated that he didn't win here today, and will hate that he was running second, even had to race lead for a period late in this race and unable to finish the deal. But when you look at the body of work, what he did in a handful of starts last year and so far in his rookie season, I think he's confirming what we all thought. He and Jason Ratcliffe are going to be an unbelievable combination throughout the balance of this year.
Yeah, I mean, you put a great race car driver together with a great team like Joe Gibbs Racing, a great crew chief like Jason Ratcliffe, and you're going to get great things. And you know, Christopher's still learning. He doesn't have a lot of starts in these Xfinity cars. He's just going to keep getting better and better, and that's probably not good for the competition. That he's still low on experience and still, you know, won a race last year, has been running up towards the front, and as his knowledge grows, he's just going to become that much better.
Whoa.
Ryan Truex slowing down, was scored in the 13th position. Let's see if we can figure out what happened.
I'd say he had a moment off turn 2.
It's not hard to do here.
He's going to catch the slow 74 on the bottom. Quick hold on the 9. Inside here, inside. Keep it straight. You're clear. Clear.
You saw it on board.
Oh,
now from high above.
Wow, that is really sideways. Kaz did a great job, miss him. I'm not sure if he was maybe in third and tried to gas up really hard and it kind of spun the tires.
Watch Brandon Jones just barely slip below there. Kaz Grala as well. Great driving by those guys.
Here's what you heard on the radio.
This thing's out of control.
I would agree.
Short and sweet.
I would agree. He got his point across, that's for sure.
He might be getting tired too. We've been watching him battle that thing for 2 days now with it just really loose on exit. So finally almost dumped it.
His arms might be a little bit bigger than where they were at the start of the weekend, but you know, he's trying to make the best of the situation and just trying to drive as hard as he can to try to get as many spots.
Kyle Busch working through the lap traffic. 9 laps remaining. While we have a chance, we said it last week, the high winds, cool temperatures at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Today it hasn't been as cool, not really much wind, but we had the rain. It's been a real long day. Our coverage began early this morning here in Phoenix. Special thanks to all those behind the crew working out in the elements, NASCAR on Fox. It's not easy. Don't want to take them for granted. So once again, an attaboy to everybody on this wonderful crew. Made the trip west, has rolled their sleeves up and gone to work once again.
And what beautiful shots we get of these cars slipping and sliding. Never miss a thing. You're right, Adam. Our team is on it. I like our guest teammate too today, Ryan Blaney. Brought a lot to the broadcast, bud.
You know, you guys have a lot of information up here. Now I know what goes on when we're up there running hundreds of laps. You guys are just analyzing, getting information nonstop, and hopefully talking good things about us.
We cheat a lot up here, you know.
That's all right, though.
Going to be 6 laps to go. Been keeping an eye on the lap tracker. It's been hanging right around 1.25 seconds. Daniel Hemrick having a good day in the 21. He's 6th.
Yeah, when this race started, Adam, I thought maybe Hemrick had something for the win here. He's certainly been solid. 6th place finish is good, but I know this young racer from North Carolina wants so much more.
RCR didn't win last year. First time that had happened since they had been full-time racing in the Xfinity Series. I know they haven't made the gains they want to, but we're seeing signs. Hemrick top 10 last week at Las Vegas, poised to do it again, and Matt Tiff certainly showing some positive signs as well.
Ron, what's it like if you're Justin Allgaier and you can see the lead? It's right there for you, but you just can't seem to creep up on him.
It's frustrating. You know, you're trying your hardest. You're wanting to bite the steering wheel in half. You're driving so hard, and I think I finished second 7 times last year in the Xfinity Series, and I could see the leader in every single one of them. And it's so frustrating. You're driving as hard as you can just to try to get a little bit closer to that lead, and sometimes it's a bad thing. You're slipping and sliding. He's gaining a little bit on Brad. You know, these last, he might run out of time, but with 4 to go, you definitely can't knock Justin for trying. He's a great race car driver here at Phoenix, and he's done a great job all day.
We had 9 cautions here last year, only 6 today, and closing on 100 consecutive laps under the green flag. Drivers earning their money, 3 remaining. Keselowski 0.8 seconds. in front of Allgaier.
Allgaier took another 10th off that lead that lap. So Brad's just probably running 90-some%, making sure he doesn't make a mistake. And Justin sees that carrot out there, and he's going for it.
And it's pretty open track for Brad. I think he's got one lap car in front of him that he'll catch, but he's not, in panic mode. There's not 5 or 6 cars racing hard in front of him. I think he's kind of just pacing himself and making sure he can get this thing home to the checkered.
He just does not want to see the yellow flag and a restart, huh?
And that's what's going through Brad's mind. You asked me what's going through Justin's mind. If you're Brad, you just want it to go green. You don't want any restart and jump with the field back up. Just that's when all pandemonium breaks loose.
No late race chaos, right?
Yeah.
White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank. 36 career wins for Brad Keselowski in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Got the checkered flag here back in 2014. Half a lap away from doing it again.
That team's overcome a lot today from, almost getting in trouble 1 and 2, from speeding on pit road, coming from the back. Great strategy by Brian Wilson, and congrats to that whole Fitzgerald team for bringing home the checkered. And Brad, you can't forget him for driving the thing.
Great comeback. Brad Keselowski speeding penalty to victory lane. He wins it at Phoenix.
You too, man. Really good job there. Pit crew, road crew, everybody. Really, really nice work. Come back around, grab your flag. They're asking you to be efficient. They're asking you to be efficient because we're running so late, so don't.
That's the most efficient cool-down lap I've ever seen. What did you say, Blaney?
Yeah, he was making sure he made it efficient and got back here to the line.
Allgaier second. Kyle Busch ended up third. Bell, as we said, fell back to fourth. McMurray in the top 5 in a 42 car.
What about
Henrik, nice afternoon.
What about the drama, Adam, that you spoke of? I mean, Brad, you can see the wheel mark on the side of his car. He nearly crashed tracing for the lead, a pit road speeding penalty, but was able to overcome it all.
We'll join the celebration. Brad Keselowski, a winner in the desert. Our live coverage continues in a moment on FS1. Long afternoon is done in Phoenix. Couple of red flags. No problem for Brad Keselowski. He perseveres through a big slide on track, a pit road speeding penalty, and he's waving that American flag one more time. As he heads to victory lane, let's hear from the driver who finished 4th, Christopher Bell, with Jamie Little.
Well, second race here, and now we got it all in. It's over. You broke a sweat. I know you were driving hard, but how much did that track change for you guys with the 2 red flags?
I don't know. I don't know if the track changed or my car changed. You know, we started the race on qualifying tires, and then we got the stickers on. So I'm sure it changed a little bit, but I couldn't feel much inside the car there. So really bummed that we didn't get a better finish. You know, after that long run and taking the lead, I really felt like we had something for them. And our Rheem Camry was really strong in the long run, and we lacked on the short run, and that showed right there. So just a little bit too loose, but still proud of all of our partners at Rude, GameStop, Toyota, TRD, everyone for watching on the Xfinity X1 app. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you to the fans who stuck it out today, and we'll come back and try and get another one in California.
Thanks, Christopher. Adam?
Elliott Sadler started the year, Jamie, with 3 consecutive top 5s. Last 3 races, top 5 finishes for Christopher Bell. He's 4th overall in the points as we take a look at him here 4 races in. Reddick highlighted in yellow because he got the win at Daytona. He's locked into the playoffs. Sadler 2nd, then it's Allgaier 7 behind him, and we said Bell back there in 4th. Hemrick, the final driver in the top 5 as we head to Auto Club Speedway next weekend. Jamie?
Justin Allgaier led 76 laps there. Well, it was you in the 22 in the beginning. You got a cut tire from the contact, and it was you 2 at the end. What was it like, though, with that carrot kind of dangling out there?
Well, it's challenging. You know, obviously, Jamie, as you run these races, you want to make good adjustments all day. You want to keep up with the car. You want to be able to get through traffic well. And our guys did a great job. Really, really proud of everybody at Junior Motorsports. Our brand Professional Agriculture Camaro was great today. We just needed that extra little bit there at the end. You know, the last pit stop, I was a little bit too tight, and we freed it up, and excuse me, it just was a little bit too much of an adjustment there. And unfortunate, but Brad had a great car all day, as did the 20 and the 22. It was fun racing with all those guys, and we'll see what happens. We'll go next week to California, Auto Club Speedway. Hopefully it goes well and have a good time. But can't thank enough to everybody back at the shop, all the guys at the Hendrick Engine Department, Xfinity for all they do for this series. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the race.
Good day for Justin Allgaier. Adam?
It's the 3rd time, Jamie, that Brad Keselowski, Justin Allgaier have finished 1-2. One of those victories went to Justin. A pair now to Brad Keselowski, who gets it done here today. It's also his 2nd win at ISM Raceway. Let's head down to victory lane. Regan, let him out.
Brad Keselowski climbing from his race car here in victory lane at ISM Raceway. Victorious after a long day. The beer is flowing down here. These guys are very excited. Brad, it was a long day out there. You had a lot to overcome between a pit road speeding penalty, a little bit of damage to the right side. This race car just looked like it was dominant, though.
It was a good car. It was a really good car. The Fitzgerald Gliders Mustang Ford. I felt like the car was better than me today. Justin Allgaier, quite honestly, outdrove me most of the day, but at the end we connected it with a great pit stop, great pit work, good strategy, and got out there on the brand new tires and just barely got by Christopher there. And I knew once we got to kind of by ourselves that we could, the car would probably carry me a little bit. So just really proud of the effort, Brian Wilson, and to get the 22 team back in victory lane. You know, a lot of this team is different this year, Regan, because of bringing on the 12 car at the Cup level, and a lot of those guys left the team and graduated up, and now there's a new class, and it's good to see them get some success.
You had this race highlighted on your schedule. You wanted to run it to help the Cup car here. Did you learn today and this evening what you needed to learn to help your car tomorrow?
Yeah, you know, it's just a track that I haven't ran very well at lately, and I know I'm making mistakes, and I want to get better at it, so this certainly bodes well for the rest of the weekend.
Brad Keselowski gets his 2nd career win at ISM Raceway.
Regan, this reminds me a little bit of last June. We went to Pocono with the NASCAR Xfinity Series. We did our driver-only broadcast. You were on pit road. Brad won the race. You come up to the broadcast booth, Brad wins the race. The captain is going to be putting Brad behind the wheel a lot and having you come do TV with us. That equals success.
Well, Brad should be up. I want to win some races too, so Brad should be up here.
But then, on Sunday, you won at Pocono. So you start 12th tomorrow. How do you feel about it?
I feel okay. You know, we need a little bit of work on our our car today, but really over the past 2 days. But the track's going to be a lot of fun. This racetrack is very special, and we'll be slipping and sliding all day tomorrow. So we'll see. But congrats to Brad. Congrats to the 22 team. They deserve it. They worked their butts off, and it's cool to see that car in victory lane.
My takeaway is the Xfinity regulars and who I will pick to be my favorite to win this championship.
Already?
I mean, guys that are just stepping up and getting it done. Justin Allgaier today, and then you have this fast speed that Christopher Bell possesses. There's so many great stories. Add Matt Tiff to the conversation now after that strong run he had today. So really good young racers that are stepping it up. It's going to be a fun summer.
4 races into 2018. We've had a plate track, couple of 1.5 miles, and now basically a short track at Phoenix. What have your observations been when it comes to the Xfinity Series?
You know, there's a lot of different teams and drivers with new teams and in different cars now, and I feel like they've been really doing a great job, whether they're rookies or veterans, of adapting to everything. And we've almost been through kind of all the types of racetracks that we're going to go to. We're going to go to a big 2-miler next week at Auto Club Speedway, and we'll kind of see where everyone has there. But it's cool to see a lot of new drivers with different faces and different teams. You got a present for me?
I do. We didn't have any Fruit Loops. We got you some Captain Crunch.
Right.
Sorry we were short on the snacks today.
You got milk?
We have some on the way. In the cooler outside.
I appreciate that.
You know, when he gets hungry, he turns into a diva.
Yeah, I know. He's hangry.
Yeah,
Good luck tomorrow. Great
appreciate
job.
you guys for having me on the air. I had a lot of fun tonight, and it was cool sticking around through the whole thing.
Next up, NASCAR on Fox. Coverage begins on FS1 with race day, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Then it's the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series on Fox, 3 p.m. noon Pacific. Next up on FS1, thanks for waiting. It's Monster Energy Supercross live from Daytona. They've already got things going on the dirt in Central Florida, so let's head to Roush Shaheen.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.